Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we settle down and we'll get started? It's 10 o'clock, time to open this public inquiry. My name is David Bouillier. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, DPEA. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry and to report to them with my findings and recommendation. The inquiry concerns an application by Scottish Hydroelectric Transmission plc for consent under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 and deemed planning permission under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 to install and keep installed a 13.3 kilometre double-circuit 275 kilovolt overhead line from a proposed substation at Craigdhu to the existing Scottish Power Energy Networks 275 kilovolt overhead line that runs from Dalmally to Inverarnan. Following a pre-examination meeting held on the 10th of February, the arrangements for this inquiry were formally agreed. Anyone present at that virtual meeting may recall that we also discussed arrangements for the consideration of objections to necessary wayleaves that are being sought by the applicant in parallel to its applications for Section 37 consent and deemed planning permission. The wayleave applications are being handled by my colleague, Ms McCleary. She'll not be participating in this inquiry or in the recommendation to ministers on the Section 37 application, as the wayleave issues are being considered separately. She has also confirmed that there will be no need for oral process for those wayleave cases, so next Monday, which we'd set aside provisionally for that to happen, will not be required. As you've probably noticed, DPA will be filming these inquiry sessions in order to enhance public access to open and transparent discussions on planning and related casework. We used our best endeavours to ensure that public seating areas are not filmed. However, if you attend the public inquiry in person, it can't be guaranteed that your image will not be recorded. Recordings are available on our video publication site for 12 weeks from the date of Minister's final decision. If you want to look for that, if you search for DPEA TV, you'll find the site. And understand we're actually broadcasting this live, so those who aren't able to attend can watch from wherever they are. All of the daytime sessions this week will take the form of what's known as hearing sessions, and I'll explain in a little while what that involves. For now, I need to point out that in accordance with the Code of Practice for handling inquiries under the Electricity Act and in the interests of fairness, only those who've registered to participate in the hearing sessions will be permitted to participate in the discussion. Unfortunately, contributions from elsewhere in the room will not be possible. Each day we'll sit from 10 in the morning until around 5 p.m, although it will depend on progress with each session. We might finish earlier or we might need to push on a little later if necessary. We'll have a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break around about 11:30 and 3:30. Lunch will be around 1 o'clock for an hour. We're due to sit all week, although I suspect we'll finish on Thursday evening following the evening session, which will start at 7 p.m. We'll see how we go, but I'll be surprised if we need to run into Friday. All the sessions take place in this room. We have the entire building for the duration of the inquiry. There is a breakout room through those doors at the back, only the one, so I will leave it to the parties to agree between them who gets to use it each day. I'm sure you'll be able to come to some amicable arrangements. Toilets through there and to the right. I've been entrusted with locking up the hall. As I'm staying a wee distance away, I probably won't be able to get here until about 9:30 each morning. I'll try and get a bit earlier, but if parties can assume that they can't get in before 9:30, that's probably safest. We do have the venue to ourselves, so we can leave things set up overnight. We don't need to clear out. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend anyone leaves anything valuable overnight. On the subject of locking up also, if parties could leave reasonably promptly after we finish each day, then I don't need to hang around before I lock up. That would be appreciated. Before I ask those who've registered their intention to participate in today's discussion, the usual request that everyone turns their devices to silent. Anyone who is participating, please use the microphones, which you can do by pressing the button at the bottom. You'll see some lights come on, and then when you finish speaking, please remember to press it again. It's important because it affects how it's recorded on the broadcast. It also directs where the camera is looking. And obviously, for the benefit of those watching from the room, it's amazing if you don't use your microphone how difficult it is for your voice to travel. So please do use the microphone and remember to switch off when you're finished. We're not due a fire drill, so if you hear an alarm or see a fire, you can either use the fire exit to my left or the way you came in. Final point, before I forget, I know the council and the applicant have been talking about conditions, and I believe are in a position of agreement. These are conditions that would apply in the event that ministers decided to grant approval. As I said, I think in correspondence prior to the inquiry, if no more pylons were able to get their views, and the Community Council also get their views on those draft conditions prior to Thursday, that would be appreciated. In the event that everyone was happy, we might not even need that session on Thursday, but even if that's not the case, at least if we know going into the session where areas of disagreement remain, that would help that session to go more quickly. So today's session is about landscape and visual effects. I will keep quiet now, and I'll ask those who are participating to introduce themselves. I will start with the applicant's team.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Marcus Mackay. I'm a King's Counsel at the Scottish Bar. I'm assisted by my learned junior, Mr Nick McAndrew, sitting to my left. And the primary witness for this session, sir, will be Robert Bainsfair from Ramble, who's sitting to my right.
Thank you. And for the council?
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm advocate with the Scottish Bar. I'm instructed by Susan Mayer. The witnesses giving evidence on behalf of the council this morning will be Mr Ian Kelly, who is an independent planning consultant to my right, and also Councillor Kieran Green, who is to his right.
Thank you. And no more pylons?
So good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm King's Counsel at the Scottish Bar, instructed by solicitors on behalf of No More Pylons in Dalmally, or NMP for short. I wonder if you'd mind if I kept my jacket off, sir. I'm finding it very warm.
So I should have said it before. Anyone who wishes to remove their jacket is very welcome to do so. We've got the side door open. It is still rather warm. Of course.
Thank you very much. Today's witness is online. She's Miss Kelda Platt, and the communications have been tested. If you could just wave, Kelda, please, to make sure that we can see you and hear you, that's all right. So she's my primary witness today. I'm accompanied today by Sue Rawcliffe, who is the NMP organiser. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who had registered to speak that we haven't covered? I don't think so. No. I just ask Ms. Platt, can you hear me? And I apologise, I probably look to you like I'm looking out of the window to the right, but I am looking at your screen where you are. Just check you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can confirm I can hear you okay, and I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to appear online today.
Not a problem. It's quite an exciting use of our technology. We don't get to do very often, so it seems to be working fine. We'll see how we go. Thanks. Okay, so turning to item 1B on today's agenda, I'll briefly explain for the benefit of anyone less familiar with the hearing session what we'll be doing today. Essentially, it's a roundtable discussion about the topic in question, led by me. I'll ask questions of the participants on certain matters, and it may be that parties also wish to raise matters that I've not highlighted in the agenda, that they think are relevant to the topic under discussion. Unless I think the discussion is straying into matters that are entirely irrelevant, I'll be very happy to hear such additional points. Unlike an inquiry session, there's no formal cross-examination of the participants by those of the opposing view. That doesn't mean that participants have to bite their tongue if they have a question they feel another participant should answer. But any such questions should be directed through me so I can ensure that they are relevant and fair. Just because something's not on the agenda doesn't mean I necessarily consider it to be irrelevant. It may be I consider I have sufficient information about that matter for me to advise ministers, or it may be I've overlooked something. That does happen. So don't feel that you can't raise something that I haven't put on the agenda. It's also worth saying at the outset that my role is to understand and to test parties' positions. So if I appear in my questions to be critical of or in disagreement with a particular point of view, you shouldn't necessarily assume that that's my settled view. I'm simply trying to make sure I understand precisely where parties are coming from and how sound their arguments are, so that I can report that to ministers. It doesn't necessarily mean I disagree with you because I'm questioning what you've said. Does anyone have any questions on the procedure before we kick off? Excellent. Okay. Moving to item 2 on the agenda, which is my summary of the parties' cases. I try to keep this reasonably brief. I know it can be rather boring listening to me drone on, but I think it's helpful for those in the audience to understand the position of the different parties on the subject matter. It's also hopefully useful for those participating to understand that I have read and reasonably understand what their positions are. So I will read a brief summary of where I think the parties are on the subject of landscape and visual effects. If there's anything I've missed out, anything I've got wrong, don't feel you can't criticise me or correct me. That's kind of the purpose of my reading out the summary. So I'll start with the applicant's position as I understand it. The applicant acknowledges that there will be significant effects on the fabric and character of the craggy uplands Argyll landscape character type during construction and throughout the project's operational life. These would include the removal of vegetation cover and modest changes to the landform to form level tower bases and new access tracks, along with increased influence of transmission infrastructure within the landscape. There would be significant visual effects from close range, including significant sequential cumulative visual effects from the proposed development and other operational or in-planning developments. However, the proposal would be seen in the context of other existing transmission infrastructure, so would not represent a wholly new or uncharacteristic element to the existing landscape. Any development of this type will have significant landscape and visual effects, and in this instance, all such effects would be localised. The applicant notes that the Council's planning officers considered the proposal to be acceptable overall in terms of landscape impact, and that the localised significant impacts that would arise, which officers confirmed are largely unavoidable with an infrastructure proposal of this scale, would not be sufficiently harmful to justify objecting to the proposals. The applicant rejects NNP's claim that it conducted an inadequate analysis of landscape character effects and refutes NNP's suggestion that the scale of its landscape character assessment was too broad, commenting that it accords with Nature Scott's 2019 landscape character assessment, was agreed with Council officers and is consistent with the Council's own landscape wind energy landscape character study. The applicant rejects NNP's suggestion that clearance corridors were omitted from the visualisations. In fact, they are shown in those visualisations. It also rejects NNP's suggestion that proposed changes to commercial forestry planting should have been accounted for on grounds that there is no certainty as to what form such changes might take and how they might affect the future landscape baseline. The applicant believes that neither NNP or the Council has explained what they believe to be the qualities of the area of panoramic quality or how they might be affected by the proposal and how, as a result, the integrity of the area of panoramic quality might be affected. It believes NNP has focused too narrowly on the North Loch Orr area of the area of panoramic quality, I'm going to call that APQ from now on, rather than considering how the integrity of the APQ might be affected. Such an approach to assessing the effect on the designated landscape has been rejected before. It believes NNP has conflated elements of landscape character with the special qualities for which the APQ is designated and has overstated the degree of prominence that the development would have. The applicant challenges the basis for the Council's claim that the LVIA has underplayed the intensity of visual effects and that because that statement has not been supported by any technical evidence or analysis. Is there anything I've missed or misunderstood, do you think?
No, sir, that's a fair summary, thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn now to the Council's position. The proposal would have adverse landscape and visual impacts, including cumulative impacts within an area of panoramic quality, or APQ, and in particular from the Duncan Ban Monument. The Council maintains that the principle ministers must follow in assessing landscape and visual effects is the right development in the right place. An important factor in the Council's decision to object to the proposal was the local knowledge of the committee members and their understanding and appreciation of the character of the North Argyll APQ, which is summarised by contrasts in landscape and elevation from Lochy to summits including Ben Cruachan and including extensive moorland and woodland. The Council's approach relied upon how this landscape is experienced by residents and visitors rather than the applicant's very technical approach to assessment. The area contains large-scale energy infrastructure, including the pumped hydro scheme at Cruachan and associated high-voltage overhead line. The 20-turbine Carrigail wind farm is also visible from around Loch Orr. These existing features must be considered when assessing potential cumulative impacts. The Duncan Ban Monument, a Category B listed building, provides an easily accessible viewpoint from where numerous characteristics of the APQ can be experienced. Views from the monument to the west are affected by a prominent communications mast in the foreground, the existing high-voltage overhead line and substation associated with the pumped storage facility to the northwest and existing wind turbines on the skyline to the west and southwest. However, looking south and east, the view is of conifer woodland. Views along the eastern shore of the loch are important to the panoramic outlook to the south and southwest. In these directions, the Council has sought to resist renewable energy structures, and yet the proposed overhead line would occupy the full extent of the view at a distance of only half a kilometre at the closest point. The Council finds the impact of the proposal not only in isolation but cumulatively with other developments surrounding the monument significant enough to justify objecting to the development. Relevant to that conclusion is the fact that the poet to whom the monument is dedicated is known for his works celebrating nature. The proposal would also be visible within the setting of Kilchurn Castle. This is already affected by an overhead line which passes within approximately half a kilometre of the site. The current proposal would be visible distantly from this location, although if existing tree screening were removed, there would be significant adverse cumulative effects from this location with the existing overhead line. The Council has specific observations about the visual effects that would be experienced at a number of viewpoints. As a general point, it also notes the potential influence on visibility of differing lighting conditions, a fact that it considers has been underplayed by the applicant. The proposal would necessitate the removal of several hectares of semi-natural woodland contained within the Scottish Ancient Woodland Inventory. Although compensatory planting is proposed, that would take decades to regrow. Such a loss of woodland would have its own landscape and visual effects. The addition of the proposed new substation, the proposed overhead line and further wind farms in the forms of new proposals and variations will all increase the identified landscape and visual effects and bring renewable energy infrastructure onto the east side of Loch Orr at the head of the loch. I missed anything from the Council's point of view?
Thank you very much. It's a fair summary. Thank you.
Turning to no more pylons, NMP believes the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment methodology tends towards broad-scale assessment using large landscape character areas rather than breaking the assessment down into smaller areas, at the very least those found in the Argyll and Bute landscape wind energy capacity study. Such an approach would have assisted in determining the extent of areas where significant effects are expected. NMP is not satisfied with a simple conclusion that effects would be localised and considers that a finer grain of analysis should have been employed. It finds the applicant's description of significant effects as localised must be seen within the context of the very significant study area that was employed and suggests that the entire area of landscape character type 7C, North Loch Orr Craggy Upland, which is a large proportion of the APQ area, would encounter significant effects. NMP believes the landscape and visual impact assessment focuses more on visual effects than on effects on landscape character and concludes overall that the assessment may be considered to be a best case scenario. NMP considers that the visualisations do not completely represent ancillary features of the development, such as access roads and clearance corridors. Additional viewpoint locations would also have assisted. Although it's satisfied that the LVIA process mainly followed the guidelines, NMP believes there were notable absences in terms of proving an understanding of perceptual qualities, landscape value and historical context. NNP accepts the applicant's adoption of the qualities detailed in the Upper Succoth wind farm inquiry when considering the APQ's special qualities. However, it finds that 4 of the 8 identified special qualities would be significantly affected rather than none. Within the North Argyll APQ, NNP believes the landscape character of the majority of the North Loch Orr area is likely to be significantly affected. This is due to repeated exposure to views of the development when passing through and when visiting cultural and scenic attractions. NNP questions the applicant's conclusion that there would be no significant effects on its integrity. NNP identifies inadequate coverage of the landscape implications of ancient woodland loss. There has been a general trend for habitat loss in this area since the 50s, which has recently been halted and reversed. NNP also believes the applicant has not taken account of major shifts in UK forestry policy, which in the future may replace the single-age, single-species monoculture with a more sympathetic and diverse approach to woodland design. This would affect the quality of the landscape in which the proposed development corridor would be seen. Duncan Van Monument, the introduction of the proposal would create a jarring and unexpected man-made element out of scale to the local setting and at close proximity to the view, particularly as the applicant's visualisation omits the additional impact caused by access roads and construction corridors. There would be a sandwiching effect with the radio mast to the west, and this location is especially important as this is one of the very few elevated viewpoints that are accessible by car. NNP questions the applicant's conclusion on effects on the A85 and A819 as it believes elevated locations on these routes have not been considered. Overall, it predicts significant adverse visual effects for users of these routes. NNP believes there would be potentially significant visual effects at 6 of the applicant's viewpoints. Anything missing or wrong in that assessment?
I'm not the landscape expert. Can I ask Ms. Platt, are you happy with that summary?
Yes, that seems a good summary to me.
Thank you. So item 3 on the agenda, I attempted to set out areas where it appears, from my understanding of what the parties have said so far, that there might be areas of agreement or certainly no material disagreement. And if I'm right, we might be able to skip over those when going through the evidence. So the first of those I've questioned is it fair to accept the parties are not in dispute with the applicant's position, which is no unacceptable effects on the Ben Louis and Etive Mountains wildland areas? Maybe turn to the Council first. Do you agree with that?
Yes, we agree.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell?
Do you have any comment on that? Ms. Platt?
I would agree with that. There are effects, but no unacceptable effects.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank
you. Turning to point B, no unacceptable effects on the Loch Lomond and the Trossachs National Park.
Also agree, thank you.
Campbell?
I think we're in agreement with that, aren't we?
Can I just double check that there was no objection from the National Park Authority? Is that right? I didn't see one.
I think latterly there was a consultation wrongly sent to the Cairngorms National Park Authority, and I saw a reply from them. I didn't see at the same time an up-to-date consultation with the Loch Lomond and Trossachs Park Authority. They had not objected at an earlier stage, but there seemed to be no, pardon me, there seemed to be no follow-up to the wrongly addressed consultation with the Cairngorms National Park Authority. But I would not anticipate any objection from the Loch Lomond Authority, given the past submissions.
Turning to point C, the applicant helpfully updated the evidence base to bring us bang up to date in terms of proposals for Cruachan 2 and the Brargyle wind farm changes. I think it's fewer but taller turbines. So in terms of effects already discussed, do the parties agree that there's no material difference as a result of that updated baseline position? Council first.
I understand that there might be opposition to that statement. I'll pass over to Mr. Kelly.
Sir, the Council submitted a cumulative baseline figure CD09099. I prefer to rely on that because it also includes the overhead line infrastructure that's proposed in addition to the wind farms. So it is a small point of difference between us, but the cumulative effects should take account of proposed lines as well as wind farms. Thank you.
Mr. Glen? Yes.
I don't believe we have any comment on that, do we? 3C?
No. I think we're in agreement there.
Thank you very much.
So my own observation is that the document referred to by Mr. Kelly is simply a figure. There is no alternative assessment, and the only evidence in relation to the matter is Mr. Bainfield's evidence.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the main topics for discussion. The first one I want to look at is effects on the APQ, North Argyll APQ. I suppose it might help if we looked at APP 1.6, which I believe is the document that, or the figure that shows that that boundary. Bear with me for a second while I actually pull it up. It would also help, I think, if everyone had the applicant's topic paper in front of them, because I've used that as a sort of starting point to run through this. Now, the applicant's approach, as I understand it, to considering how the APQ as a receptor might be affected has been to consider effects of the proposal on the area's special qualities and its overall integrity. Now, this isn't a policy session where we debate what policy requires, but has anyone got any disagreement that that's the correct approach, the Council?
Fine.
Mr. Campbell, or your witness, are you happy that's the correct approach?
I think we are, aren't we?
Thank you.
Yes, I think.
Thanks. I think I'm right in saying there is no statement, or there was no statement prepared either when the APQ was designated or subsequently as to what its special qualities were. Any disagreement with that point?
No, that's why we're reliant on the Upper Succoth decision.
Agreement with that.
In the event that ministers agreed with Mr. Bainsfair that none of the special qualities was significantly affected, would anyone disagree that it must follow that the integrity of the APQ must remain intact if none of the special qualities had any significant effects? Do you agree with that?
There's no disagreement with that as a matter of principle.
Thank you.
I think that must be right as a matter of principle, but subject to the caveat that we don't agree with the proposition.
Indeed. So the applicant, in Mr. Bainsfair's topic paper, looked at trying to define what the special qualities of the APQ were. I think it looked at a landscape capacity study that the Council had produced, described special qualities of the APQ as the diverse landform and land cover of settled loch and seashores and scenic views to a backdrop of mountains seen across water. Pretty broad brush. So the applicant then looked at evidence presented to the Upper Succoth wind farm inquiry, as Mr. O'Carroll referred to, particularly focusing on the North Loch Orr part of the APQ and the special qualities that are identified therein. And I think there are 8 qualities, which I may have referred to as scenic qualities, but they're special qualities. Consideration of wildness and remoteness as well, which wasn't listed in that document. Anyone disagree that we can use that as a basis for assessing effects on the APQ? Council?
No, we're not disagreeing with that.
No, we don't disagree with that. That topic was a subject of very vigorous debate at that inquiry, but the similarities between that inquiry and this proposal are sufficiently close that we agree with Mr. Edwards' approach to it.
Thank you, that's helpful. I did want to cover that particular point, just to clarify in my mind the relationship between the North Loch Orr part of the APQ and the test on effects on the integrity of the APQ as a whole, just to make sure I've understood the parties correctly. If we look actually at Mr. Bainsfair's topic paper, and how it refers to what my colleague had to say about that, Mr. Edwards.
Do you have a paragraph number, please?
I'm finding it. I think if we try 5.11 on the PDF page 16, Mr. Edwards goes on to state that the northern end of Loch Orr is an integral, distinctive and highly important feature of the North Argyll APQ. As such, effects on North Loch Orr will be an integral part of judgments concerning the effect of the proposed development on the APQ as a whole. So I know Mr. Bainsfair's referred to what Mr. Edwards said about, I think, focusing on too much on the APQ, but on the North Loch Orr area, but he does recognise that it's so important to the overall APQ that if you were found to significantly affect that part of the APQ, it's not unreasonable to draw a conclusion from that you could potentially have an overall effect on the integrity of the APQ. And before I ask what parties think about that and whether I'm right on that, Mr. Bainsfair also refers, I think, paragraph 5.18 to some, I think it's draft Nature Scott advice, which says a significant effect on special landscape quality or several qualities does not inevitably compromise the designation's objectives and or integrity. Neither is any such compromise dependent on an extensive area or large number of special landscape qualities being significantly affected. Compromise, in other words, compromise of the integrity, requires consideration of the nature of the locations affected, their qualities and contribution to the wider designation. What I want to clarify really is I thought Mr. Bainsfair was criticising Ms. Platt for doing what Ms. Anderson said at the wind farm inquiry and perhaps focusing too much on a small part, or relatively small part of the APQ, whereas in fact I'm now thinking, in fact, it may not be illegitimate to focus on the North Loch Orr area because it's so important. I'll ask Mr. Bainsfair to explain what his point is.
So it's a finely nuanced point, really, which is that although Loch Orr is a key part of the APQ, it is important to see it more in the round, because if you look into the uplands, that is nationally recognised in terms of its value. So I would be reluctant to conclude that a significant effect on the APQ around North Loch Orr would automatically equate to a significant effect on the integrity of the APQ.
When you say the uplands, you mean the wild, the wild land? It's not designated, is it? The identified wild land.
That's correct, and also over to the west coast as well.
Before I come to Ms. Platt, was there anything the Council wanted to say about that particular point?
the Council's position, perhaps Councillor Green might say something, is that notwithstanding the disaggregation into the special qualities, the Council's view is that the North Lochy area is of considerable importance in looking at the effects of proposed developments on the area of panoramic quality.
Nothing to add at this point.
So, taking an MP, how would you come back on that? Have you focused too tightly on the North Lochy area and perhaps underplayed the wildland, which is a nationally recognised element, and indeed also the value of the coastal part? Obviously, the APQ is kind of split into two parts. How do you respond to that?
I think our approach was to try and avoid repeating assessments, and also in terms of timescales and obviously resources that we've had available, it was best to focus in on the direct area and look at that directly. I agree that there is potential there that you could say this should have been a wider assessment, and that would allow a better and a more balanced overview in terms of the APQ. But I felt that it was enough to look at that area in isolation and look at the effects on that particular area. And I think implicit in that is the fact that because it is within the wider APQ, then any effects on that area would ultimately the integrity of the area surrounding and the APQ as a whole. But I think in some sense it was to focus in more clearly and avoid confusing matters.
Thank you. Did you want to come back with anything, Mr. Rainsford?
Only to say I don't think it's a confusion to consider the APQ more widely, especially where some of the most sensitive landscapes are omitted.
I wonder if I might just ask a question of Mr. Rainsford through you, so that I fully understand his position. Thank you. It's this: is he saying that given a significant visual effect on the North Lochy area, it isn't necessarily a consequence of that there is an effect on the integrity of the APQ? Have I understood you correctly?
In fact, it's even more than that. It's in terms of looking at the special qualities. It's not about the visual impact. We go through quite methodically in terms of those special qualities, and the role of looking more broadly is to understand the entirety of that. And I know that in some ways that might seem to be overplaying, but it is something that has been is advocated. And then in terms of the tests from or the thresholds, if I might put them that way, from Nature Scott, that helps us to understand, because it's, as they say, it's not just the number of special qualities that are affected, it's what their role is. So to understand that, we need to understand how the APQ functions in its entirety as much as locally.
But does it, forgive me if I may have a supplementary, does it follow then that given the establishment of a significant effect on the North Lochy area, that there is or there isn't an effect, a measurable significant effect on the APQ? Or are you saying because it's a small area, a small part of the APQ, doesn't matter?
I think the point is that if you can have a localised impact, does that actually have a significant effect on the APQ, both in terms of just the special qualities, but more generally in terms of the integrity? That's where I'm coming from. So when we're looking at impacts or effects within the North Lochy area, I have taken account of that, and I have actually answered the specific special qualities that are that have been identified by Carol Anderson in the Upper Succoth inquiry and by others, to make judgments about the effect both on the special qualities but the integrity. That's my test, really.
Well, I'll just ask Mr. Rainsford, if Ms. Platt is correct in her minister's agreement, 4 of the 8 North Lochy or special qualities would be significantly affected. Assuming she's right on that, or ministers agree with her on that, is it your position you would then be balancing that against the lack of effects on things such as wildland and the coast in terms of drawing an overall conclusion, so that it wouldn't necessarily follow that those 4 significant effects on this part must lead to harm to the integrity of the APQ? Is that what you're saying?
I think there are 2 things, really. One of them is about actually making, obviously, the judgment around whether those special qualities actually are significantly impacted. The broader point, though, that you asked about, sir, I would say that, again, it's not an arithmetical matter. It would be a case of taking it in its broader context. It could be on judgment if you accepted that those special qualities were significantly impacted. It could potentially be that there would be a significant effect on the integrity of the APQ. But I haven't come to that conclusion on those.
So as a follow-up, in essence, Mr Bainfair's position is that his approach is consistent with the methodology that Mr Edwards took at the Upper Stonican inquiry, that he's looking at the whole of the APQ, but also understanding the particular contribution made by specific areas. And I have a follow-up question, if I may, to put to NMP's landscape witness, and it might be best done by reference to the relevant part of the report to ministers, which is CD 9.7. At paragraph 2.54 on page 39. Two 254 on page 39. It's CD 9.7.
Do you have that, Ms. Platt?
No, sir, I don't have that to hand. But if you carry on, I'll work with it.
Are you likely to be able to find it, or maybe Mr. Mackay could read it out to you, or the relevant sections? Would you be content with that if he reads it to you?
That would work for me, yes.
Thank you. If you bear with me then, Ms Platt, the report of the reporters assesses the impact and conclusions in Chapter 3 of his report, but in Chapter 2 there's a section dealing with the correct methodology. If I can just read 2 paragraphs to you before I, through the reporter, ask a question. So at paragraph 253 he says, in relation to the application of the policy concerning areas of panoramic quality, I consider that in the absence of any recorded special qualities, the pragmatic approach would be for the decision maker to determine the qualities and use those to assess any proposal, taking into account any impact upon those identified qualities and the integrity of the APQ. And then at 254 he says, I find that policy concerning impact on APQs requires an assessment against the entirety of the local designation and not constituent parts. I consider that focusing on a specific location within an APQ, as promoted by SNH and the Council, could refine the potential special qualities to that particular area without an appreciation of the special qualities of the full designation, albeit that a selected area may have a substantial contribution to the qualities of the overall APQ. Consequently, taking a narrow approach to defining the special qualities could lead to an outcome of a greater impact from a proposal on the smaller area chosen. This is not how I interpret the policy provisions which state that the Council will resist development in or affecting an APQ where its scale, location or design would have a significant adverse impact on the character of the landscape unless it is adequately demonstrated that A, any significant adverse effects on the landscape quality for which the area, his emphasis, has been designated are clearly outweighed by social, economic or environmental benefits of community-wide importance. And he's referring there to Supplementary Guidance Policy LDP ENV 13. Excuse me, sir. So the point, really twofold point, sir. One, is it accepted what Mr Bainfair has done is consistent with that approach? And secondly, because of the limitations to Ms Platt's approach, which she has explained very fairly, does that mean that she, although she has looked at the contribution which the northern part of Lochy has to the APQ, because she has not assessed the whole of the APQ in the way that Mr Edwards is suggesting, she's not in a position to express any conclusions about the integrity, the effect on the integrity of the APQ?
Do you want me to answer that directly? I think that's very fair. The approach that we've taken to looking at and reviewing the landscape and visual assessments has been the preference would have been from the beginning to produce a full LBIA assessment to sit alongside the applicants, so we could work through the baseline, the background, and follow the correct process, which is to assess everything, was to as a baseline position and focusing on areas that we felt needed some attention and a second look, and which may then suggest that there could be a different outcome should a full review be undertaken. So I agree that it would be much better to have done a full review of the full APQ with all the stuff. But we focused in on obviously the area which was directly affected, and how some of those, certainly some of the viewpoint assessments and some of the assessments of those particular areas may be viewed differently. Suggest that would then indicate that the full review would have different outcomes.
You were breaking up slightly there, Ms Platt, unfortunately. So I think you were largely agreeing with Mr Mackay that you did focus in on the North Loch area because time restraints, etc., and that you didn't consider broader effects on other parts of the APQ, including the wildland area. Well, I think you've agreed that the wildland area would not be affected. Is that what you said?
Yes, apologies if the quality's going slightly. Maybe we'll look at that in the break. Yes, I would agree. The best outcome would have been to do a full review, but we focused in on the areas, taking a baseline of Mr Bainfair's assessment, focusing in on the areas that we felt needed the scrutiny, and which would then indicate that this might have an impact and an effect on the wider assessment.
Thanks. He sounds working fine now, so we'll hope it stays that way.
Sir, can I raise one point? A concern, Mr Bainfair, a concern the Council has is that over the years there is incremental cumulative effect on the APQ, which is of concern. Now, I don't ask Mr Bainfair to reach any conclusions on that, but would he accept that the Council's concern is a valid concern to have?
Sorry, could I ask you just maybe to repeat the question? I lost the thread of it a bit.
Over the year, the Council's concern is that over the years there can be incremental cumulative effects from developments on the APQ, with these individual developments themselves not affecting the integrity of the APQ. And I don't ask you to reach a conclusion on that, but would you agree that it is valid for the Council to consider cumulative, small-scale cumulative effects on the APQ happening over many years?
Yeah, I'd go further and say it's actually their responsibility to take account of potential cumulative effects arising from a series of different developments, and some of those localised impacts, as I would see them. Yes, there can be circumstances, and this isn't necessarily one of them, but where seemingly small, isolated bits of impact can combine. That's why we would tend to assess in addition as well as in combination effects. So yeah, in principle, I agree with you. I'm not sure it applies here. Well, it's not my opinion anyway.
Thank you. We turn to pages 17 and 18 of the topic paper. I think that's the printed pages rather than the from within the APQ is relatively limited. I believe the Council doesn't agree with that on the basis that as one travels around the APQ, there's a kind of sequential cumulative effect that builds up of repeated glimpses of the development that overall would have an effect. But whether this is an effect on its character or it's a visual effect, sequential visual effect, I'm interested to know. Mr. Kelly?
So, it's, again, if Councillor Green wants to say anything else, he can, but principally it is a visual effect. And I think that in the context of this part of Argyll, glimpsed views are an important consideration. And you'll have seen that yourself, sir, setting aside this power line proposal. The existing wind farms are very much the subject of glimpsed views as you drive along the roads, ground bends, etc., etc. So that is the Council's position, but I agree, sir, it is a visual effect, not a landscape effect.
I welcome Mr. Kelly's clarity on that final point, because for me there are two things to say really. One's the visual aspect, whether it's visible or not, even if it's glimpsed, is not really the point in relation to special qualities, obviously. And also in terms of the significance of that visual intrusion, if I can put it that way, is something that will have been tested as part of the environmental impact assessment as well.
I can, sir, in terms of testing that visual intrusion as part of the environmental impact assessment, how do you account for the fact that local residents would experience that view or those glimpsed views for 40 years?
Yeah, I mean, we will come on to this a bit later in terms of visual effects, considering the viewpoints and also other areas from which it might be seen. But I mean, if you want to say something just for now, by all means. If not, we can park it till later. If that's all right, Mr. Kelly, we'll come back later. Thank you. Ms. Platt, do you want? Yes, your hands up. Thank you.
Yes, I would say that in reference to Mr. Vain-Fair's table of the viewpoints and the visibility, the table makes it quite clear that there is quite a lot of occasions where you have visibility, even partially, to the proposed development. And it was something that I took into account within the special qualities, particularly the recreation and motor touring special quality, the APQ, where you would have repeated and sequential views and opportunities within one trip, two trips, and that repeated effect of seeing development and the perception of seeing that development would, I felt, have an impact on the special quality.
Thank you. I'm planning on running through the, or at least some of the special qualities, and you can say a bit more if you wish on each of those. Before I do so, it's probably worth just talking in terms of the effects on the character of the APQ, and indeed the effects on the character of the landscape in general. Actually, no, I'll park that because it's more of a visual concern. I'll come back to that. I was going to talk about trees, but I'll come back to that later on when we talk about visual effects. So if we turn to the special qualities, I think page 18 of the topic paper is where that starts, which is, I think, page 20 on the PDF. And the first one, I'm going to run through them all, just to check that, I think some of them there's no disagreement, but just to check that I'm clear about which ones there is disagreement about. Bear with me. I think we're on paragraph 5.22, so the first of the special qualities, the diverse island-studded Loch Basin and its scenic juxtaposition with the rugged high mountains of the Cruachan Massif. Steep wooded sides rise abruptly from the northern shore of Loch Orr and accentuate the contrast and drama seen in key views across the basin from the south. This struck me, it's about the relationship between the Loch and the Cruachan Massif, in other words, looking in the opposite direction from the proposed development. This is clearly an important element of the character of Loch Orr. Parties agree that this proposal would have no effect on that particular special quality. I'll ask the council first, I think.
The council did not take a quality by quality approach to the assessment of the application. They considered the matter overall based on local knowledge, and therefore I think it would be wrong of me to now try and create new evidence in this inquiry by responding. The council did not take that quality by quality approach to the assessment of the application.
Okay. Ms. Platt, I think that this isn't one of the four that you did identify an issue with. Is it fair to say you accept that this particular quality is about looking the other way and the contrast between the impressive mountainscape and the loch? You're not taking a point on this?
No, I'd agree. I didn't draw this one out as one that I wanted to go over again.
Thank you. So the second one, page 19 of the topic paper. So over the page, the islands on the loch, which vary in size and shape and which add variety to sequential views from roads and paths as the eye of the viewer is led along reed-fringed shores, loch-shore promontories and interweaving narrow channels of water. So there's no, I think anyone would accept, there's no directive for each of the individual. Yeah. Ms. Platt, are you happy with this one or not?
Yeah, no.
There's a reference to the Cruachan Visitor Centre, although I think the risk of giving evidence, the gorge-like qualities, I think, are identified as being further west than that. That probably marks the point at which it ceases to be gorge-like as you're heading east. Again, this isn't a particular concern that you had, Ms. Platt?
No, there was no concern. As you say, I took this to mean where you're passing away from the views, away from intervisibility with the development. So I didn't feel that there would be any issues with this one.
Thank you. If you want to jump in at all, Mr. Bainsville, you can. Right, I think we're coming now on to page 20 of Mr. Bainsfair's of the Cruachan Massif, where the broad basin and islands of Loch Orr form a key foreground focus and contrast with the long, tapering and snaking form of the loch.
Are you connected all right? Is that working for you?
Yeah, sorry, I just did you want me to comment on the quality of elevated views?
Yes, that would be good. We'll start with you and then
review of the viewpoints themselves, just to check whether those views, whether I agreed with it.
Wi-Fi, maybe if they could log out, which probably includes me, that might improve connection potentially. But
can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is that coming through? Yes. So the special quality of elevated views, this was one that I felt would be adversely affected, and I looked at this in relation to a review of the viewpoint assessment for Monarch Dreiseg and Cruachan Path. Both of those viewpoints, my determinations using the applicant's approach and their methodology. I determined those to be more significant, and certainly Monarch Dreiseg moved into an adverse significant determination. And so taking that into account, that there was more significant determination, and taking into account the potential for competition for that view. So as you'd read out earlier, within the special qualities, the sinuous form of Loch Orr, as it moves into the distance, would be echoed with the line of the development as a kind of quite a harsh man-made linear element. And I felt that those two competing elements, one man-made, one natural, would have quite a large impact on that view, and therefore on that special quality.
Thank you. I know you raised a question about whether the sort of clearance corridor is actually shown in the view, and we'll come back to that later. We'll park that for now, but I haven't forgotten that you've raised that question, and we need to get to the bottom of that. I'll go back to Mr. Bainsfeld. What do you say to that? This competition for your attention as you look from the high ground.
I'm just looking, actually, sir, at figure 8.8G, which is viewpoint 7 from Monmouth Tree School. I haven't got the CD number to hand, I'm afraid. Look it up.
274.
CD 274, did you say, Marcus?
8.8.
G, which contains a enlarged view from Monmouth Tree School, and with the development shown in it. In general, sorry, I'll wait for you to find it, sir.
Thanks, I have it. Ms. Platt, do you have that visualisation from the hilltop? Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay, so just a review of the figure. It's apparent what Ms. Anderson, who raised this as special quality, was getting at, which is the foreground of the open lock waters with the island studied basin, and then the longer views out of the APQ towards that meandering watercourse. In terms of, irrespective of what Platt might feel about the visualisations, it's apparent that there's a separation and that the backclothing of the pylons, which is a key mitigation measure in terms of grid infrastructure design, is clearly evident, that the effect of that is clearly evident. It's not going to be a highly prominent, a conspicuous element that would outcompete, in my view, the foreground for which this special quality was mentioning. I think that's my settled position on that.
Did you want to say anything, or have you said enough on that, Ms. Platt?
Potentially, I'm wondering whether I would come back with the same again, and then sort of going backwards and forwards. So I think I would just stick with my position. I feel it does compete. It follows quite strongly. I understand we will address the issue of the visualisations not fully representing those clearance corridors, but it's maybe worth mentioning at this point that I feel that would emphasise the location of the development within the landscape and further highlight it.
Thank you. Before we go away from this particular special quality, I wonder if we could just have a look at viewpoint 12, which is the Crooken Path. Again, a location I haven't been to as yet, but I will be doing so. This its visualization, it's figure 8.8i.
Sorry.
Like that L, it's not I. Sorry. It's an L. My question, I suppose, was quite simple, that from this position there is quite a bit of foreground man-made electrical stuff, which, well, I suppose the question is, do you accept that this isn't perhaps a location from which you would lose any sense of this special quality given what's already there in the foreground, or is that not fair?
This one was was interesting because I reviewed this one and I didn't feel that it became a significant adverse effect, but I felt it was useful to understand the kind of cumulative effect of those sequential experiences of view. So it was another place where you would see it and it would be competing with that quality. In isolation, it wouldn't be a significant or serious issue, but combined with views from other areas. And certainly this represents moving up to Cruachan, and then the views from the top would be slightly different. We don't have the views from there. So it was indicative of experiencing it from various elevated locations.
Thank you. Mr. Brinsberg, do you want to come back?
Just a couple of minor points, really. Firstly, I just want a point of clarification. If I could address it through you to Ms. Platt. I actually thought that we had come to a fairly similar conclusion about this particular view, Ms. Platt. But the other thing that I'm conscious of is that in terms of the special quality, this doesn't actually illustrate that island-studied basin. And it also doesn't show the meandering lock off outside of the APQ. So I'm not quite sure, notwithstanding the fact that I still maintain a position in terms of the mitigation of the proposed development in terms of backclothing and distance. But it's actually, in terms of affecting that special quality, I don't think that represents an impact on that special quality.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Platt? Is it perhaps fair to say that appreciation of this particular special quality is only gained from the summits at the northern end of the loch?
Yes, I think that's where this special quality really is really notable and really noticed. So this one is really an indicative viewpoint. In isolation, as I say, it doesn't have any adverse effects in terms of that special quality, but it does help to show there are various places where you would experience that.
So can I just interject with a factual point? I think this is a good case where rather than just relying on the precise view from the viewpoint, you need to walk up the path and all the way back down, because you, as a matter of fact, you do see the loch and the islands on the way back down. So I make no assessment, sir, it's just a fact.
That's helpful, Mr. Keller, and I will be doing that. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, moving on. Page 20 again, I think further down on Mr. Brinsberg's topic paper, paragraph 5.27, talks about the diverse mix of native woodlands and policy-influenced plantings, including the inventory-listed designed landscape of Ardnaseg, clothing the loch shores, lower slopes and islands of Loch Orr. And clearly there's no direct effect on the Ardnaseg garden, or indeed the loch shores, islands or lower slopes, depending on how you define lower slopes of Loch Orr. Is that enough for this special quality not to be eroded, despite the fact that you will see the proposal? And I think viewpoint 14 is one that I've identified as relevant. Which is figure 8.8N. Yeah, Ms. Platt.
Yes, I think I would say that I didn't pull this special quality out for additional review, but I did review the viewpoint 14, and I slightly elevated the determination of that one, and so it did move into a significant determination. I haven't managed to visit that viewpoint, so I don't have the context for whether that is is significant in terms of visiting that particular area and what that would have. But I thought it was useful to just to look at that view. My impression was that the development will be seen across the loch from that viewpoint, moving in a sort of horizontal fashion across the landscape and through the woodlands, and what might happen. And I felt that it would change the view from quite a naturalistic view through the woodlands into obviously having a man-made intervention, which will be quite a significant change from naturalistic to developed. And also bearing in mind the clearance corridor and the woodland needing to be retained as open ground, that would potentially have future effects on how that woodland might integrate between the upper and lower slopes, and it may create quite a significant man-made element permanently within that view. So I thought it was worth just reviewing that one.
Would you say it's fair to say that the line of the pylons you can see is kind of above the, and I'm no expert, and I'm sure you are, the naturalistic appearing woodland, which appears to be low down on the slopes? It appears to me there's a higher band of woodland or patchy woodland, which is purely plantation in nature, and it's more there that the pylon line would run rather than what appears to be a very different looking woodland on the loch shore, which is perhaps what this special quality is referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, I would say that was fair. Currently, the lower slopes of the landscape across the loch contain a significant proportion of plantation forestry, and the broadleaf woodland is towards the loch fringes. But I would refer to points that we probably will cover later in terms of the future baseline of that area and the increasing naturalistic appearance that will have.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to come back to that later on. Mr. Benswell, do you want to come back on anything?
Just a minor point, really, just to reinforce, I think, a point you rightly made about the idea of a naturalistic landscape. Clearly, one of the principal values around the loch and of this special quality is that more deciduous loch fringes and shores. And to my mind, this is not a significant intrusion into that. Also, the only other point I was going to make is obviously this is one viewpoint. In terms of judging that special quality, we'd be looking at it in the round.
Thank you.
Through you. Forgive me, just for clarification though, are you saying it's not a significant intrusion into that semi-natural woodland or into the view which we're looking at here?
We're not significantly impacting on the woodland that forms the basis of the special quality, if that makes sense.
If we have a look at page 21 of Mr. Bainsfair's topic paper, we get to the next special quality where I think there is disagreement from No More Pylons. 21, this is about the uplands which form an arc of high ground containing the rock basin to the south and east, which contribute to the scenic combination of the APQ by providing a simple backdrop of craggy moorland and forest, which contrasts with the more intricate and small-scale settled and farmed loch fringes and the loch itself. And I'll allow Mr. Bensford to come back, but I think his point has been, well, it's not on the skyline, there's a degree of screening and backclothing, etc. But I know Ms. Platt is predicting significant effects on this particular special quality. Maybe she could explain if that is correct and why she comes to that conclusion.
Yes, this one I think is Mr. Bainfair is looking at the backclothing and the reducing of those effects, and I was aware that actually within the context of the landscape and the existing infrastructure and development, that actually this is an added element which creates a further feeling of a filling up of the landscape with infrastructure and man-made development. So there are cumulative impacts and impacts on the sort of wide ranging views. I was drawing out the viewpoints from Duncan Ban, from Cruachan, Mondreisig, and then I was also looking potentially at the elevated views on the A85 and A19, also the B840 and B845, where you are moving in and out of elevated positions and in and out of the wider panorama, and having repeated exposure to often a 180 degree panorama, which takes in the loch and the mountainsides. So it was more of the experience when moving through the landscape and the views from the significant elevated positions. And as I say, the sense of the clustering up and the filling up of the landscape with development.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Before you start, if you pull the microphone down a little touch, just it might improve the. Thank you.
So I don't think there's a dispute about there being the introduction of some degree of complexity. But I think the point was, it was about the significance of those. Actually, you can have a visual effect without it being significant, and I think that's what I felt. I looked at a number of the additional viewpoints that Ms. Platt identified. Strone Point, I think, not Strone Point, sorry, elevated points on the A85 anyway. And there are views combined with other infrastructure. And that, to me, would tend to infer that there are certain areas within this special quality in particular where that doesn't hold ground. If you follow Ms. Platt's logic, it's already subject to some erosion in terms of those special qualities. Elsewhere, I think the degree of intervisibility or visibility of the development means that is unlikely, in my view, to equate to a significant effect on that special quality when seen in the round.
Okay, thank you. So next, page 22 of the topic paper, we have paragraph 5.34, the rich cultural heritage of the area, comprising crannogs, castles, ecclesiastical buildings, and islands and loch shores, including the iconic Kilkerran Castle, ground of 19th century mansion houses and hotels, and the modern industrial feature of the Cruachan Dam. And I have a quote from Ms. Platt, the creation of an atmosphere of modern large-scale development dominating the area. I think is that, hopefully I've got that quote correct. Your feeling is that there would be a significant effect on this special character, special quality of the APQ?
Yes, I think this was one where there's certainly the contrast between heritage and this scale of man-made infrastructure within the environment was quite significant. And again, it was the potential for not necessarily specifically the effects when visiting individual heritage features, but the combined effect of visiting an area of cultural heritage and experiencing within some glimpse views from those features, but also when journeying to and from the repeated exposure to additional development within the landscape that I felt would have an effect, and I did feel that it would be fairly significant.
What would you say to the point that those visitors to those cultural features already have to contend with existing pylons and wind turbines and roads and, you know, those sorts of very obviously man-made features? Are you saying that this tips the balance too far, or, you know, is it not the case that in some respects those existing features may actually be more significant than what was now proposed?
I think that's quite interesting. There is certainly a level of when do you reach saturation within the environment, and I think perhaps that's where my assessment was looking towards. For some of these features, it perhaps is reaching saturation point. Obviously, this includes the Duncan Ban Monument, which has an existing, I think it's telecommunications tower, and which is okay and is absorbed within the landscape, but introducing the level of scale of development to the rear was tipping the balance and was reaching saturation point. So there were, I think, in terms of Duncan Ban, it certainly was quite clear cut, but the experience of perhaps visiting something like the Duncan Ban Monument and then visiting Kilkerne Castle and then visiting St Conan's Kirk and experiencing on arrival, on departure and on the way, and perhaps from St Conan's as well, looking over to it, that it would create much more of an atmosphere of development. And I think it's quite, from my point of view, that was quite a simple one to assess, to say actually it does have quite a clear impact.
Thank you, Mr.
A couple of points of clarification, if I may. One of them is there's been a lot of reference to saturation. I'm not sure that's actually been. Sorry, I'm not sure that's been actually established. And in terms of the perception of moving between different locations, not necessarily even experiencing the development from locations like Kilchurn Castle, because it's clearly substantially screened from that location. Also, the approach to it, incidentally, as I set out in my topic paper. In that context, I wonder how pervasive the influence of this particular development are taken into account with other developments, especially, I mean, there are existing pieces of infrastructure like the Crooken 275 line that does feature on the line above the castle, from the castle. To my mind, this is a development that actually has taken very careful measure in relation to avoiding effects on Kilchurn Castle in particular, and also taking the wider point. I would suggest that the ability to differentiate between different types of development, different developments within this area is going to be very difficult unless you know the developments intimately.
Do you want to come back on that as well? Are you content?
No, I'm happy with that. I think it's. I think I've made the point previously, and I think it's as I say, the journeying around and between, and the cumulative effect of the experience, which I'm most concerned with.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd be interested to know, though, to what extent Ms. Platt places any weight on the experience of arriving at Kilchurn Castle. We have viewpoint 4, which I assume you're going to look at in due course, sir. But I would be interested to know about the weight, if any, that's given to the experience of arriving at Kilchurn Castle at the present time, given the proximity of an existing line.
Ms. Platt, I assume you've been to the castle. You're local anyway, you know it very well. The effect of the existing power lines that you can see as you approach, walking down the sort of promontory.
I think most people would agree that the experience of arriving at Kilkerne in terms of the car park is what I assume we're talking to, in terms of the immediate arrival, has been degraded over the years and perhaps is in need of some improvement. But I'm thinking of the wider experience of travelling through the strategic routes in the area and arriving at those places. I think there's certainly room for improvement in a lot of the amenity of that local setting. But my view is that the travelling along the A85, coming and going from the Kilkerne Castle, in particular coming from the Pass of Brander and around Lochy village itself, with the glimpse views that you would experience there, which would be quite a regular route for a lot of tourists and locals, would create that experience of a repeated exposure to the increased development.
So, could I just, sorry, I was assuming you were referring to the power lines rather than the car park, but I shouldn't really be putting words in your mouth. Was that what you were referring to?
Yes, I was referring to the existing power line, but the car park is relevant also. Just to be clear then, are you saying, Ms. Platt, that you attach greater weight to those glimpse views as against the existing experience when you arrive at Kilchurn Castle?
No, I think that the castle itself is far outweighs the experience, although you do experience views of the castle as you approach as well. So it's a combination of within landscape, the anticipation of the feature and the views of the feature, and it combines to create part of the enjoyment of the visit, I would say. But obviously the views when you're at the castle are fairly stunning. But I think that the views on approach and the experience of experience of arriving and the experience of enjoying that heritage feature in the landscape are also quite significant.
So just to follow that through, you're saying then that you are still able to enjoy the cultural heritage feature, notwithstanding the proximity of the existing 275 kV line?
I think that when you are at the location of the castle itself, you are able to enjoy it regardless of the infrastructure in the local environment. Whether that would be the case with additional infrastructure, I would suggest it might start to create more of a feeling of being surrounded by infrastructure, and the perception of that within the landscape is something to be taken quite seriously.
I'm assuming you want to go to VP4 at a later stage, sir, but... Yeah, fine, sir, thank you.
Okay, can we move, before we break for coffee, we're trying to sneak in one more. Top of page 23, the attractive and diverse setting the area provides for recreation with hill walking, motor touring and cycling, and water sports and fishing on the loch comprising popular pursuits. I suppose my first point was, I think it was perhaps, and Mr. Bainsfair can correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps unfair of Mr. Bainsfair to criticise Ms. Platt for asserting that there would be harm to tourism, when I don't think she actually said that. I think her point was slightly different. She wasn't actually trying to say that this will lead to a loss of tourism. She was simply saying it will affect tourists from a wider range of locations. Is that fair, or am I misunderstanding what you said?
That's a fair point, sir.
Thank you. This is a point where the Council may wish to come in, because I know Mr. Kelly has some views on the sort of repeated exposure, and indeed Councillor Green as well, possibly, as one moves through the landscape. And I know Ms. Platt was talking about the Strone Hill point on the A85, which I did get a chance to experience yesterday, far better than on my previous visit when it was a little bit misty. Well, I'll tell you what my question in respect of that is before I go back to Ms. Platt. But the point, and I think Mr. Bainsfair has dealt with it, about, yes, you will get fleeting glimpses of the development on occasion. Just in respect of the A85, I did notice you can get such a glimpse of an existing pylon, which I assume is pretty close to where this proposal will tie in. But it is fleeting. It's between roadside trees, and you have to be kind of, as I was, looking in that direction rather than looking ahead where you're going, and looking at the Crook and Massive, which is very impressive as you enter the valley. So that's my observation on that. But perhaps looking at this particular point or quality, if I turn to Ms. Platt first, and then I'll ask Mr. Kelly for his input.
Thank you. Yes, I think this one I felt was quite a key one in terms of it's something which affects both locals and tourists in terms of recreation, touring the area, something which is both a day-to-day life need and as well, obviously on holiday. And I think it was, again, the repeated impacts, the repeated views, the repeated experience of seeing the development throughout the area, which I was concerned with. We have recently had a discussion as well about potentially the views from within the loch and recreational craft. This was covered within the LBIA, but I thought it was useful to draw that one out as also relevant within this special quality. And as you said, the additional views which I felt would be useful from elevated positions on the strategic routes, admittedly glimpsed and perhaps in passing, but still quite important in terms of the accumulation of suggestions of development within the landscape and affecting the sort of naturalistic setting, if you like. So I did feel it was quite a significant one. The effect on Duncan McIntyre Monument falls into this special quality as well, and certainly the potential to affect a viewpoint which is quite accessible and very elevated and has such wide-reaching views is more significant than the glimpse views, because it's an area where you would take in the view for longer. So I felt that there were quite a lot of elements of this special policy which will be eroded.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, did you want to
We'll come back to the monument when we look at the viewpoint. In terms of the special quality, the concern I had was that for tourists, but also for local residents, the repeated exposure to glimpsed views of the renewable energy infrastructure, I would best describe as diminishes the experience. I do not set out any evidence to say that tourism will be directly affected or a reduction of numbers or anything. It's simply that there's an adverse effect on the experience of the assets of the area from repeated exposure to glimpse views, and no more than that, sir.
I wonder if I might just come in on the back of that. Repeated exposure to glimpse views is exactly what Mr. Kelly says it is, but there are also opportunities for transport to stop, and instead of being a glimpse view, it's a view you can take in, and that's bound to be a consequential matter.
Did you want to add anything there?
Just also, I suppose that if you're travelling on foot, then what might just be a split-second view travelling at 60 miles an hour on a road nearby can then turn into a 10-minute view. So, yeah, it can have much more of an impact.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer.
Just a few minor points, really, sir. Firstly, from my perspective, I think the degree of visibility from some of these key locations in terms of circulation, recreation, are, I think, amply dealt with in relation to the views and to the wider assessment. I think the notion of a glimpsed view, yes, from roads and from rail as well, and also where those views might be oblique, so you're not directly facing necessarily. All of this leads me to conclude actually that there can be some significant effects, and we've identified one at Duncan Ban McIntyre Monument. But as a general principle, I don't believe, and my position remains, that that this is not a special quality that I think we compromise the integrity of.
Okay, thanks. We'll take a break now for 15 minutes. So come back at 10 to. Thank you.
That's not while you're in.
There we go.
Maybe they've turned the link off.
Can you hear us, Ms. Platt?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. I think we're having some problems, but we're working again. Great. We're about to kick off again. Can I just remind everyone in the room if you can lean into your microphones a bit more maybe, or try to project, as I think the audibility isn't great for those watching at the back. Okay, I think we've pretty much finished with consideration of effects on the APQ as a receptor. I don't think we need to go on to wildness and remoteness, because I think everyone has agreed that that's not a matter in dispute. Shout now or forever lose the opportunity, because I'm going to move on to Duncan Ban Monument. Everyone's content? I think we are. So, effects on the Duncan Ban McIntyre Monument. I've indicated that I'd like first to consider views of the monument before turning to views from. So, views of the monument in terms of its importance as an element of the character of the landscape, or as an attractive feature in the view. Really the question I had was, from where will you actually see the monument? Where will you see it skylined, if anywhere? From what locations is the monument an important element of the view or of the character of the landscape, if any? I don't know. Clearly I have wandered around the locality and I have my own views, but if there's any way in particular that you think I need to be directed to observe the monument, then please let me know. I'm going to go to Ms. Platt first, I think.
Thank you. I would say, regarding views to the monument, that I was concerned about the view descending from Strone Hill, which you say that you visited, and agree that it's a fleeting view and a glimpse view, but it is an important view as it creates the experience of arriving in the West Argyll area, or into Argyll itself. And you do see the monument, although I will admit that it's something that you probably look towards when you know it, rather than as a visitor. It doesn't jump out at you, but it's potentially affected as a view of the monument. What I am interested in, and what I haven't been able to test out, is views from within Lochy towards the monument. There is a viewpoint, I'm trying to see which view it is, from Freoch Island, I think it's viewpoint 9, which does look towards the monument but is obscured by vegetation, and would have been a useful indicative view of whether the monument is clearly visible or not, but unfortunately it's taken from within the vegetation. So I don't have anything to offer in terms of any evidence for that one, but I would suggest that it might, there is potential that the views of the monument from within Lochy could be affected.
Thank you, that's helpful. Mr. Kelly, do you want to add anything on this particular point?
No, nothing, sir, nothing to add.
All council agree as well. And I say, Mr. Kelly, I mean all council agree.
Not on this point, it's more on the subsequent.
Mr. Bainsbury, do you want to say anything?
Just to obviously to reiterate, we deal with a degree of the visibility in paragraph 6.4 and 6.5 in my topic paper, and I think the general point was really just that it's actually not something that which is a prominent and regularly visible element, and certainly not in relation to the proposed development. There are some views from within the Glen and from Milken and from that where you can see the monument, but it's quite a minor feature. I don't mean that in terms of its value. It's just it doesn't stand out as a prominent feature. Other than that, yeah, there will be some glimpsed views, but I didn't get a sense from doing my reconnaissance of that being the principal purpose.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Can we move on to looking the other way, which I think has been more the concern of the...
Sorry, can I come in with one additional point? There's a house called pronounced Blah, but spelt in a much longer way. Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Anderson, who are witnesses in the evening session, live there, and from their gate, the monument is visible.
Thank you. I cycled down to their gate.
Yeah, well, you probably picked that up.
Yeah, and then coming back up the hill. Yeah, I know what you mean. Thank you for the pronunciation as well. I didn't. It's a lot longer than that. Thank you. So the reverse effect, looking from the monument back towards the development and indeed in other directions, I suggest maybe looking at the figures at the back of the topic paper. It's probably as good as any, albeit they're certainly, in my case anyway, only electronic, but I can manage with that. I'll get you a page number in a second. Right at the back, we've got some visualizations or some photographs depicting the view in various directions. Right. I think the first one is in the PDF on page 45. And then continuing, so we've got a view in all the different directions. Wish I had a bigger screen. I suppose my question is really in this regard. Well, I think we'll start with those who are objecting to explain to me what effect on the experience of a visitor to the monument the development would have, and also if it is an issue, which directions are of particular value at present and which are perhaps of lesser value, or are they all equally valuable to the experience. We'll start with Ms. Platt, I think, and then we'll go to the Council.
The views from the monument, I would suggest that there seems to be some agreement that the views that take in Lochy as well as some of the hinterland are the most significant and most valuable. And I think there is some suggestion that this also relates to the forestry practices which are to the east of the monument currently and the potential for the degradation of the landscape there. I would agree that the experience for visitors to the monument focuses on Lochy, and particularly the view looking south down Lochy, which has the stunning vista which attracts people to the monument as well as the historical context. But I would also say that the views to the east are part of the experience. The monument is a feature which encourages you to walk around it, and therefore most people would reach the monument and walk all the way around it, often looking for some way to get up the monument as well. So it invites an element of exploration. Some people do go up it, and therefore you are experiencing it as a 360-degree view. The views to the northeast take in Ben Louis as well, which is a prominent mountain within the area. So you are invited to look in that direction as well. So I would say that there is a bias towards the south, but within that view, you will see quite a lot of the development. And it is, again, it's the sense of it competing with the sinuous nature of Lochy, and that kind of man-made sinuous element within the landscape as well.
Thank you, that's helpful. Council.
I just agree with that. It's important to understand when you get to the monument the significance of the views south, where there are currently no renewable energy infrastructure facilities in that view, but also to, as Ms. Platt just said, to be aware of the view to the northeast towards the mountains, and both those views would be affected by the proposal. So I've been to the monument, and I would agree that its a location encourages you to walk all around it and take in all of the views. But perhaps Councillor Green might want to say something in more detail on the importance of the views.
Thank you. Yeah, I think absolutely agree that when you go up there, you look all the way around. Your attention isn't naturally drawn to any one particular point. You've got Ben Louis was said. You've got Ben Crook, and you've got the Loch. For me, it's when you're looking in a direction and you can see a variety of features that you really get that interest there. You can look at some of the larger mountains from any number of points and get a good view of the mountain, but it's getting the view of the mountain with a variety of landscapes around it, which is particularly attractive. In that sense, where you're looking down the loch and you also have sort of rolling hills then leading up to the mountains, that sort of direction south leading into east perhaps is perhaps more of a consideration, and that's where you can then see the pylons going past. That's where I would say was the majority of the concern. Yes, you can see from the viewpoints there is a lot of large-scale coniferous forestry at the moment. Forestry can come and go. Practices with that can change over time, but it's not intrusive in the same way that you would have the pylons, particularly at large scale as these.
Thank you. You mentioned the plantations, and I was wondered, as a local person, and perhaps not as a landscape professional, who might take a snobbish view as to plantation forestry and its visual qualities, but to what extent do you think the plantation woodlands are a detractor from the viewpoint at the moment?
I think plantation woodlands in general, they become a detracting factor where you can see the obvious contrast between them and the natural landscape. So the woodland in itself looks reasonably reasonably attractive. It's where you have an obviously artificial boundary then between the coniferous woodlands and open moorland or so on, that your eye's drawn to that. By and large, though, around the area, people become accepting of the large-scale plantations, and they see those as being part of the landscape. Indeed, I have on occasion had people come to me complaining about them being chopped down. How dare they chop down our forests when they were planted 30 or 40 years ago for that express purpose? So I think there is much more of an acceptance of the plantations than there would be of more artificial elements.
Just one more point, if I may. Both Mr. Bainsfair and Mr. Kelly and Councillor Green have talked about the proposal. Indeed, Ms. Platt did as well. It's my calculation, and I shouldn't really give evidence, but I can see 35 pylons from the Duncan Barn monument. So just to try and put a number on it, it looks to me like 35, although, of course, it's your assessment in the end of the day.
Well, thank you, it's helpful. I'll ask Mr. Bainsfair to count them if he wishes. Before we just move away from the issue of the forestry plantations, I wonder what extent, or to what extent, felling of those trees that are close to or would be viewed in association with the proposed power line would have on its visibility. Would it necessarily increase the prominence of the power line? I'm just thinking of the rather sad appearance of the hillside once it's been felled. It's predominantly grey in colour and looks like a battlefield. Do you think that, given the height of the proposed power lines in relation to the size of the mature trees, i.e. a lot taller, would you say that that's likely to increase or perhaps decrease the prominence of the grey pylons?
Okay, so you raise a point there in terms of the felling of plantation trees, and that is something which will happen on a regular basis several times over each person's lifetime. You'll have that cycle going from what looks like a forest which you can think of as being part of the landscape to what looks like a very grey, abrupt scar, which will be there for 5 or 10 years until you then get it going back in. Clearly, when they're at full growth, there will be more screening of the pylons, but there will be a corridor which has to be cleared for the pylons through the plantation. So irrespective of where the surrounding forestry is in the growth cycle, you'll still then get greater visibility compared to the views which we see here, because you'll have had some of that forest cleared on a permanent basis.
Thank you. Just check Ms. Platt doesn't want to come back on anything before I go back to Mr. Baines there.
I would add to the forestry discussion, perhaps, just to say that from a landscape and visual point of view, this particular area of forestry is quite important in terms of its life cycle. It's a first rotation forest area, which means that it's just undergoing its first period of felling and replanting. And it was implemented in the 1950s and 60s when landscape design was not necessarily a key element of the design of the forest landscape, which suggests then that any future replanting and the future forest plans will always be an improvement in visual amenity on the current status of the visual amenity of that landscape. So I'm suggesting that there's an improvement in the future backdrop, but I would also suggest that by clearing the corridor, which is required to retain cleared for the lifespan of the proposal, there will always be a very large easement which will not be allowed to be replanted, and certainly there'll be no growth, which in effect amplifies the effect of the development as it moves through the landscape by keeping this large cleared area.
Thank you. I was trying to work out when to bring that point into the discussion. It's kind of academic, really, whether we talk about it now or talk about it in respect to visual effects. We might as well mention it now as we're talking about trees. Just question to add to the list of things to think about for Mr. Baines there. I'm conscious that an early iteration of your or your client's routing guidelines talks about, I think, trying to keep things out of forests if you can, and I think it refers back to some even older guidance. I can find it. The reason I don't have it at hand is I was going to talk about it in the alternatives session, but just while I've got you, just the general, as just a general principle, given that you need to maintain a clearance corridor, is it still current practice that you would try to avoid going through a plantation or indeed any woodland if you can, and to what extent have you managed to do that, or was that a factor that informed the route choice, bearing in mind all the other things you had to consider? Deal with that. If you can't deal with that now, because I've just thought of it, we can park that until we talk about alternatives.
I think, quite honestly, so I feel a bit uncomfortable talking about something which is just a bit outside my remit. I can certainly talk to the matters later in terms of the felling within the operational corridor. And there's a couple of things that I'd quite like to just talk about in relation to this particular viewpoint, which I think may be of some relevance. I suppose, starting with the forestry point, without going into masses of detail about it, I understand, and we will be talking about future baseline in due course. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of basing assessment on something which is essentially a policy direction, which certainly from my understanding for the Forestry Commission, they've had their own guidance on diversifying and restructuring of woodland for a very long time. I haven't seen that translated even into more into newer forestry, even within this area. So I'm still of the mind that without certainty, without greater detail for those forest units, it would be misleading at the very least for me to have assessed it based on something that's maybe 30 hectares. We've got extant forestry plans, and that for me is strikes me as a more reliable basis for the impact assessment.
We'll come back to that if we need to, but just so I don't forget. But if you can focus on what they've said in terms of the views, the importance of the relative directions, etc.
Certainly, sir. Well, if I could maybe take you to the visualizations that accompany the topic paper, which is AP17 to AP110. They are a series of views from four sides of the monument, and they were produced specifically to capture the variety in terms of landscape and experience. And the point that I've made in my evidence to date, and I reiterate now really, is that without being disparaging about forestry, which I'm not, there is a clear contrast, as recognised within the character descriptions, where we do have large-scale, ongoing change in terms of the forestry, whereas some of the key views, and I'm looking at currently at APP17, which really, I think, captures quite an important aspect for the purposes of the APQ, as well as visual amenity. We have views along Lochy and across the basin, but also that connecting view up to the Crooken Massif and to the uplands there. That for me, of the western view, is what I did when I first walked up there, was to go to that side of the monument to look along the loch. If we then proceed round to the northern side of the monument, which is in APP18, we have a clear contrast, which is much more mountainous, with the glens extending, cutting through that, and you've got the Kilchurn Castle in the view. There is a mast in the foreground of this view, which is actually pretty intrusive, but clearly the view is still valued despite that being there. And then moving around to the eastern side, we've got further mountainous landscape with some incursion from forestry in the middle ground. All of those key views, the development features as a relatively small proportion of the view. It's not to say that it's not important, but it's clearly not a dominant element in those views. It's only when we turn to the south towards an area of extensive forestry, which is undergoing constant change, which is not about a deterioration in the landscape. It's a working landscape. It's part of the change that as has been said, there is an acceptance. It's to do with what we're acquainted with, and change is always a difficult aspect to the landscape. But this is clearly a changing landscape. And if you look at APP 110, that's clearly a very different experience and quality of landscape and perspective to the other views that we've just been on three other sides of the monument. So that I just wanted to draw your attention to that, sir.
So, just on the issue of the changing landscape, whether it's now or at a later stage, you may want to bring in Mike Thompson from RTS Forestry, who's one of the supplementary witnesses who are here to assist if you need more information, for example, about the long-term management plans.
Yeah, that will be helpful. We'll probably leave it until this afternoon, if we, whenever we get on to that point. Thank you. Did you want to come back on that particular issue, Ms. Platt, before I move on?
No, I'm comfortable with that for the moment.
The council, do you have anything else to say on this?
Not really, sir, but just looking at AP 110 at the end there, I think you've been to the monument yourself, you've said. To me, that doesn't really sum up the view south from the monument. The view south from the monument is looking down at the east shore of the loch, encompassing the loch and the hills. So it's a long distance view. But if you've already been there, sir, then I don't need to say anything more about that. You'll see it yourself.
You say it's kind of a combination of 1.7 and 1.9, kind of not looking, in between the two maybe. Okay, if we've got nothing more to say on Duncan Brown Monument, actually there was one more point. The view to the west, I've got a note here, the view to the west, and I've forgotten which number drawing that is. I'm assuming, no, that's north. 7.
From the west is APP 1.7, sir.
7, thank you. It's testing my eyesight now. Okay, no, just for my own education, if anyone knows the name of the wind farm across the loch that we can see, 2 wind farms, in fact. Yeah, both elements. There seem to be 2, or is it 1? There are 2 on 2 hills.
We'll find out our name for you, sir.
Thank you. It wasn't critical. And also the power line, the extreme right-hand side of that, so towards the north, that's the line that comes from Crooken, is that right? Okay, moving on to effects on Kilherne Castle. So if we consider views of the castle initially, I think the applicant's topic paper, page 27, we can get that. I believe it's 27. Yeah, it's 27, so that's 29 on the PDF. Paragraph 7.5, the main locations from where the castle is visible and appears as a landmark include from the lay-by at A85 approaching the access to the car park, from Loch Orr village and from the waters of the loch itself. Do parties agree that's the extent of the areas or the locations from which the castle can be seen? I'll ask Ms. Platt first. Is that those 4 locations, as far as you can see the castle?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Councillor, any disagreement that sums up where you can see the castle?
Agreed.
We touched on this previously. A visitor's experience of the castle already has within it certain features that some might say detract from the experience, such as the power line from Crooken that we talked about, and perhaps also the car park in the road and various other obviously man-made and far more recent additions. And without putting words into his mouth, or Mr. Benswell will correct me if I'm not being correct, but I think the applicant's position as well, you're seeing an effect from the proposed development very much in the context of things that are already a detracting feature and are a lot closer and a lot more prominent to a visitor to the castle and would be seen in conjunction with the castle at much closer range. So I want to know really, we touched upon this a little bit with Ms. Platt, and I think she said, well, you're kind of tipping the balance. It's becoming saturated, or it's going beyond the point cumulatively where it should be accepted. But can we just so I'm completely clear, is that your point, or is it not a fair point that visitors to the castle who continue to enjoy the experience of the castle and its position in the landscape are doing so with a far more prominent series of intrusive features than would be proposed in this application?
I think it's a difficult one to be, it's quite a nuanced discussion, I think, and I would say that the current experience, the baseline has been set for quite some time, and obviously people experience that with the existing detracting features, and I would say that people experience and enjoy the castle just as much as they may do without them, and are able to separate, I suppose, those elements of the landscape currently. My concern was that the location and the juxtaposition of the new development would reduce that ability. It may be that the repeated views and the experience of a slightly surrounding effect in terms of the location means that the increased perception of development surrounding the castle really affects the ability to remove that development from the experience. I would say, though, that when you're at the castle itself, it's unlikely that would be impacted on, but it may be that the perception is there, and as I say, the experience of arriving and leaving the castle is where you experience that to the most extent.
Would you accept that in terms of relative impact, the existing stuff, man-made stuff, is likely to be of greater detracting effect to a visitor than what is now proposed? Or do you not accept that?
That's quite difficult. I think in terms of its proximity and the extent to which it connects to the castle, then potentially that is the case. And if that development wasn't there and this development was proposed, it may be that the effects would be less. But obviously the cumulative effects are there and need to be taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, the last point there is the important one. It is an additional cumulative effect. The existing detracting features are not being taken away. This is in addition to it, but importantly, it's in a different direction from what you see the existing features. I had an electronic copy of the visualisation with me when I went to site, and my perception was that the intrusion from the existing infrastructure was seen to the right as you were walking down towards the castle, but the new feature would probably be more catching your eye when you're walking back from the castle towards the car park. So it is an additional cumulative effect so far as the council's concerned.
Councillor Green, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's probably to expand on that point of being in a different direction. If you're visiting a place and there is a significant intrusion there already, I think the statement of significance for the castle mentions the magnificent backdrop of Ben Cruachan. Now that's ruled out to some extent because of the pylons in the way, so you naturally orientate yourself to the loch, which is a very attractive feature in its own right. However, by orientating yourself in that direction, you're then putting the line of the pylons, which would, from the proposal, goes into your centre of your view. So, yes, it's further away. I don't think anyone's disputing it. It would be as close as the existing pylons. However, because you're already having to look in the other direction, you're going to pick up on more of these things because your view's constrained towards the direction which is largely unspoilt at the moment. So I think you're going to have more of a focus than you would have been if the existing pylons hadn't been there.
Can I just add one point, going back to 7.5, and I apologise for missing it earlier, the locations where the castle is visible. I think you see it from the train line going in both directions, so that is an additional location. And as you recall, sir, I think that in our submissions we asked that you try to travel on the train both ways to understand the effects. So I don't think it adds any extra set of effects, but it's just a fact you do see it from the train line.
Oh, now I take your point. And you probably don't know the answer to this necessarily, but would you, from the train, be able to see both the castle and the proposed development? the answer might be you don't know. Yes?
You would, but I mean the views, and I suppose this comes back to the fleeting point that was mentioned earlier. The views from the train tend to be fairly fleeting because of intervening vegetation. So it's one of those things that if you get someone sticking their phone up to the train window to get a picture of the castle, it might inevitably then capture whatever's in the background. They got that glimpse, but then for all posterity, you've got the background captured with it. You've not got the time to position yourself to the viewpoint you choose.
Thank you. We've kind of strayed into views from as well as views to, which is fine because it's quite artificial to separate the two. So we might as well deal with that as well before handing back to the applicant's side, I think. So I had a note to look at page 29 of the topic paper and to look at a viewpoint which might assist with that, a number of which I haven't written down, so I'm hoping it's mentioned on page 29, which is PDF page 31. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Towards the bottom, paragraph 7.12. Views from the locations within and immediately adjoining the castle comprise the open waters of the Loch, associated islands, wooded edges, mountain range to the north and northeast, monument listed building evident further southeast of the castle. Viewpoint 4, figure 8.8d, is the viewpoint from the castle. I'll quickly turn to that. Do we all have that? Ms. Platt, have you found that visualisation?
Yes, I have that one.
Thank you. So this is looking towards the pylons. Is that more or less centre, or to the right of centre? Is that the monument I can see, that little kind of stone bump poking out? Is that what I'm looking at? Thank you.
Yeah, that's the, yeah.
In the foreground, the attractive non-plantation woodland on the Loch shore we talked about earlier, it's a pretty effective screen, if you believe the visualisation, is it not, of the proposed power lines? You pretty much can't see it from the castle itself. This is from the castle rather than the approach. We've talked about that. But if you agree with that, when you're at the castle, you probably won't actually see, assuming that the plantation, the natural woodland remains in place, you won't actually see the pylons from here.
Yes, I would agree that, in effect, the views from the castle, this particular view at this point, that the pylons, the development of the power line will be quite well screened, not just from the plantation, but from the topography within the landscape anyway.
Thank you. So, and I think I'm right in saying your point is it's on the approach to the castle rather than from the castle itself that you get the combined effect, yes?
Yes, yeah. I think that the experience at the castle will be the least affected element of of visiting the castle itself.
Okay.
I've been there and also looking at the photographs. I think there's a fair percentage of these trees are deciduous trees, and therefore the screening effect would only be when they were in full leaf. And during the winter months and the shoulder months, I think there is a possibility you would see the line Highland, but we don't have, if you like, a bare tree view, so it's only an assessment, a judgment that I can make.
And Ms Platt very fairly mentioned topography as well. I think there's some sort of bumps going on in the landform which may, notwithstanding winter, still provide a degree of screening.
Yes, so the ZTV shows that for part of the lines, yes.
Anything to add?
Largely similar points, only that I suppose the main tourist season visitor tends to pick up probably the end of March, when you've probably still got a month or two before the trees are anywhere near being in leaf. So it's not just shoulder months, it can be impacting into more of the main season, and obviously locals are there all year round.
Mr Bainsford, do you want to deal with both views to and from? Mr McCann?
So just before we hand over to Mr Bainford, can I just check one point, sir, it relates to Ms Platt's evidence. At the beginning of this chapter, she referred to her appraisal of the wider landscape and experiential qualities before one approaches the castle. And the non-technical witnesses, Mr Kelly and Councillor Green, then developed that theme, if I may put it, in relation to the potential for cumulative effects. But just to be clear as to Ms Platt's technical expertise, I don't believe she's making the point that there's a significant cumulative effect as experienced from the castle. If there is, it's not mentioned in her topic papers or her rebuttal. But I just want to be clear on that before Mr Bainford responds.
Yes, I think that as a technicality, the cumulative effect in reference to existing baseline of development rather than cumulative effect in terms of proposed development, I don't think that was something that I explicitly drew out in my rebuttal or hearing statement. I think the sense of cumulative effect that I was talking about and referred to in the reports that I'd provided were more in reference to the accumulation of experiences as you approach the castle and the sequential nature of those experiences. I would say here that there is a cumulative effect of development, but I agree I didn't refer to that explicitly in the reports.
Thank you, sir. That helps to clarify. Thank you.
Mr Bainsford.
So views to the castle, I set out in my topic paper. My experience from undertaking a reconnaissance in terms of the approach to the castle is that the views actually are quite restricted. And taking the point about seasonal variation, yes, that's quite correct. When you have deciduous vegetation that's providing that screening, it won't be complete necessarily, but the potential views from the 85 towards the development would still be restricted, and the likelihood of the development being prominent or immediately discernible, I think, is one that's open to considerable debate. And I certainly think some of the ideas around the setting for the castle itself, and it becoming it is a landmark feature, very well known, very valued, and even going to Loch Or to the village and up onto that ridge, my perception was that we were having to look obliquely quite often, and you are getting intermittent views as well, and it's quite distant, and the development will be backcloth. All of these things lend to me to conclude that there is not a likelihood of a significant effect in relation to the castle and its landmark role. Views from, I think. I just go back to the visualisation in 88D, which was CD2071, which you've got in front of you. There is clearly a considerable degree of screening, and it's not just vegetation, it is topography. And even during winter months, I would suggest it would be very difficult to pick out easily or readily the development. If you can get glimpsed views of it, it's going to be pretty disembodied, and it's going to be very difficult to tell actually what it is, I would suggest, even through the winter tracery of that intervening woodland. So, from my mind, I think that our assessment on this stands, which is that I don't believe that there's a significant effect on either the views to the castle or away from the castle.
In terms of after you've parked your car and you're walking towards the castle, do you think that is materially different in terms of the extent of screening as you're looking, across the loch towards where the pylons would go? Do you think that's materially greater than what you see on the visualisation?
Sorry, could you say it again?
I think what has been suggested by objectors is that although they may accept to a certain extent there is screening from the castle itself, if you're looking across the loch towards the pylons, on your immediate approach to the castle, wandering along the sort of promontory thing from the car park, you won't benefit so much from that screening. I have to say I need to go back and have a think about it, but have you got a view on that?
Well, yeah, the view that's presented here is actually taken from that footpath that leads up to the castle, and it was actually having...
Just for clarity, can you provide the reference?
Sorry, figure 8.8D, viewpoint 4 in CD 2071. This view is taken from the walk up to the castle as you get beyond the railway line from the car park. So the views start to open more because there's quite a lot of vegetation. It actually obscures the castle from certain parts of the car park as well, and plus you've got the railway embankment. So yes, this is representative from that approach, and then it's not shown in this viewpoint, but obviously looking at the castle from here, that's where you pick up the Crooken line, the Crooken reservoir line that's on the skyline above the castle.
Thank you, that's helpful. As I say, I'll need to go back, just now this issue's been raised, I'll need to go back and have another look at all of that. Anything else on the castle before we go back to woodland, which we've been talking about quite a lot, but nothing on, no. Okay, nothing else you want to say about the castle, anybody? Yes, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you. So, I just thought it was worth a small point. It's not necessarily evidence-based, but previously you could access the castle and climb to quite a good elevation within the castle, and there have been issues in the recent years with the safety of that. The council may know more about this than I do, but I just thought it was worth noting that should that become available again, that the views would open up much more significantly towards the power lines.
Thank you. I did notice there was sort of security fencing around the castle, presumably for safety. Does the council have any, I don't know who owns the monument, or if there's any plans to reopen it or anything like that?
It's Historic Scotland, I think, is it?
I think what's happened, sir, is I think it's one of the buildings that was caught up in a general review of the Historic Scotland properties following on from some fallen stonework. It may be at Castle, I don't know. As I understand it, Historic Scotland are working through a programme of checking each of these buildings and then reopening them in due course, but I have no idea of the timescale for this one. But it is part of a national programme of check and reopen.
Only to say that obviously it wasn't possible to go and investigate. It was one of the things I was intending to do. What I did instead was to go online, and there's a number of photographs that have been taken by people who have been up. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic difference to the views that are available further down. There is going to be a slight increase, obviously, in elevation and a slight penetration of views across the loch of the deciduous woodland and beyond, but I just don't think that's going to result in the kind of significant changes that perhaps are being talked about.
Okay, I don't have those photographs, though. No, I need to use my best judgment. Yes.
Yeah. No.
Thanks. Just in terms of I think there was points being made about the visibility of the proposed lines from Kilchurn, and just you've been up to the monument, and certainly from the monument I can see the existing power lines quite clearly. Now, except there's differences in topography and potentially some screening, but those aside, I can't, there's a similar distance between Kilchurn Castle and the proposal. I think it could be visible, particularly if you think about the angles of sunlight and so on at particular times of years with metallic structures. You may well get that reflecting the sunlight off that, so that could be more intrusive as well.
Thank you. That issue was something I was going to come on to in a bit about when we're looking at sort of visual effects, the extent to which different times of day, different angles of light, different seasons might increase the prominence of the proposed structure. So I won't forget that. We'll come back onto that. Can we look at woodland? There were two matters in particular I was interested in. One was Ms. Platt's future changes in forest strategy and the extent to which we can have regard to that. And the other one, which is probably more directed Mr. Kelly or possibly Councillor Green, if there is appreciate the loss of woodland, semi-natural, ancient woodland, etc., is clearly an important material consideration in its own right, but just looking specifically at landscape and visual effects, what or where specifically should I go to experience the landscape and visual effects of that woodland removal? Because it has been raised in the context of landscape and visual effects. I'm just wondering where would be a good place to understand the effect on those issues from woodland removal. I'll try and Council first.
I think I haven't presented any detailed evidence on woodland issues in terms of the landscape and visual effects, but having carried out further site visits, I would say that on the way back down from the Cruachan Dam, on the road down from the dam, there are several points where the road curves out straight across the loch, and you get a view of almost all of the woodland from the north to the south there. And you can then, if you have any visualisations with you, imagine the line in position. I have been elsewhere, but in terms of looking at the effects on woodland, I think that's the best view. It's on the walk back down from the Cruachan Dam.
Do you have a viewpoint?
No.
I don't have any specific knowledge, and I think I said earlier, when you get the more mature coniferous plantations, they largely sit into the landscape, and therefore at a distance they are to some extent indistinguishable from the ancient woodland which is contained around within them. So I don't have personal experience of locations.
Thank you. That's kind of my question really, I suppose, is are we talking about a visual effect that will become obvious if one were wandering through, perhaps on forest roads or whatever, close to the proposed ancient woodland that's to be removed? Clearly then it may be a striking visual change, but I'm wondering just in terms of broader landscape character whether you would be able to discern that the trees that were going were not plantation trees, that you perceive the loss of trees, but you may not necessarily understand any difference in landscape effect from the fact that they are particularly valuable trees. My point is it not a landscape character impact? It's clearly an impact of loss of important trees in their own right, but from a landscape character point, maybe not. Maybe it's a visual impact when you're up close, and and perhaps Mr. Bainsford will be able to advise me of where I could go and look to get among the most important ancient woodland to perceive that visual impact.
The impact close in when it's removed. Of course, we have to bear in mind that the existing trees are in multiple private ownership. Proposal negotiations that applicants would have with the forest owners' consent be granted. There are detailed local effects, visual effects that you would need to. Well, you couldn't really fully understand them just now without seeing the felling plan. In terms of understanding other visual effects, there are two Munros to the north of the village, Stromilken. I haven't managed to walk up them yet. There are very obvious paths up them. I suspect you would not need to go to the summit of both of them. There's two paths, one starting right at the A85 junction and one maybe about 100 metres in from the junction. My assessment is that if you maybe just went a couple of kilometres up these paths, you would get a view from the north to complement the view that you would get from the Cruachan Dam path. I intend to do that at some point this week, but I've not managed it so far.
It's right, or is it right, that from that range you probably wouldn't know that what you're losing are particularly important specimen trees or individual trees or a woodland of particular importance. You just perceive a loss of greenness or something.
Yes, that's correct, sir. From that distance, yes, I agree.
Your microphone's a bit crackly as well, Mr. Kelly. I don't know why. If it's on its way out, maybe just try bringing it a bit closer. But I noticed the light was flashing on and off. Ms. Blythe, did you have anything to say in terms of the effect on the landscape, the loss of nice trees, if I can put it that way, as opposed to plantation trees? Is it really that materially different, or is it in fact a visual effect that you would only perceive when you're close enough to determine that these are in fact nicer trees, putting it very crudely?
Yes, I think my view is that the effects from out with the area, so the effects of looking in from the viewpoints is not where the issue lies in a way, and I don't think you would, as you say, necessarily know which trees you're losing. It's more of an overview of the forestry, and the issue there is perhaps more an ecological issue and a potential effect on the future integrity and the future interweaving of that woodland. So where you may have ancient woodland and seed source which would develop other woodland and create a richer tapestry, you're then intervening and preventing that. But again, as Mr. Bainfair suggests, it's very difficult and it's not very helpful to try and assess on a future potential scenario. So I think that's a challenging one, and I feel that the bigger impact and effect is on the internal character and the internal landscape when you're moving within that area, and certainly effects on some of the heritage sites, which are where pockets of the ancient woodland are contained. So the old village of Dalmally, for instance, has some of the ancient woodland next to it. And what is interesting is the assessment on the character and the integrity of that heritage site doesn't include the impact of losing that woodland. So there's a lot of kind of interweaving of assessment, which perhaps that there is a little bit more nuance there in terms of losing this woodland then has effects on other heritage features, which then have effects on character. But it is quite subtle, and I certainly don't think that you will notice big effects on ancient woodland from afar. That will be just more effects on the overall woodland landscape.
Thank you. That's helpful. While I've got you, we'll deal with your point, I think, before I go back to Mr. Bainfair, about the improved or perhaps already improving approach to forest replanting by Forestry and Land Scotland, and the extent to which we can take account of that. Mr. Bainfair says there's no evidence it's actually happened yet in this part of the world anyway. Ministers need to make a decision based on now. We don't have any certainty as to what, or do we, what benefit to the landscape might accrue from this better approach to, or more sympathetic approach to planting, particularly as I understand it from Mr. Bainfair, that is supposedly already happening, but doesn't appear to have had any effect locally. Can you just explain your points? I suppose visually what effect there will be, or in landscape character terms, what effect there will be as a result of this, but also what certainty do we have that this is actually going to happen in this part of the world as a result of this improved approach?
Yes, certainly. I'd just like to apologise if the sound has gone a little bit. It certainly has from my end. Okay. So the changes in the forestry approaches, they're kind of generic across the country, and they really relate to different, taking into account the different approaches from landscape as well as forestry in terms of operational and visual amenity, and that's been woven into the forest design plans that are being implemented currently. So those changes are very standard and generic across the board. And certainly in the forestry around, say, Dalmally area, you can see that there are large areas which have been cleared, which have now been replanted in broadleaf, where previously that was conifer. And one of the policies and strategies is to create broadleaf buffers around residential areas. So instead of having a harsh conifer edge right up to housing areas, you would have some softer broadleaf. And those broadleaf buffers will be utilised around forest coops, so around blocks which will be felled, so that when you fell, you don't end up with hard edges, but you have a softer. So those sort of changes soften and integrate the different landscape areas and work with the topography in much gentler and much kinder ways, really. And that is currently being implemented, and you can see that when you walk. There's a path out of Dalmally to Barracastlin, which is the prehistoric dun, which was previously planted very closely, but now is having a much gentler approach. So those sort of changes will filter out across the area, and from afar you will see that as softer effects on felling and a more unified and a longer term greening, in terms of you don't get just clear fell and planting. There's a subtler and softer change, which is where this much more integrated approach really helps.
Oh, thank you, that's helpful. In terms of the effect of this proposal, assuming that those improvements did happen, would it really materially increase the landscape and visual harm from the pylon line, the fact that the plantations don't look as bad as they did before because they have, there's a nicer structure? Their effect on the landscape is less obviously man-made. Would it actually materially increase the harm resulting from the pylon?
I would say no, in terms of that's the question that I had was regarding whether the baseline was showing a degraded landscape and therefore the assessment was less severe because you're assessing against a previously degraded landscape. And I found that through the assessment there were various references to it being a commercial forested landscape or a degraded landscape, which then suggested that the determinations were less severe than perhaps they would have been if it was a naturalistic landscape. So it's more about the assessment and the current determinations than, I suppose I'm trying to think how that works in terms of whether it would be a worse, which I guess you would have a more severe determination if it was currently a naturalistic setting. So in a sense, I'll change that to a yes, I think.
Okay, thank you. Council want to say anything on that? No? You've got a few different things to cover, Mr. Bainsfair. I'll hand over to you.
So just before Mr. Bainsfair responds, in order to set the context, I think I would like to bring in those with specific expertise in forestry-related issues. If we are being asked to, in some way, try and speculate as to what this uncertain future baseline may amount to, and can I pass, please, to Mike Thompson and, if necessary, Peter Bruce, who might be able to assist in that regard.
Yeah, just in answer to Ms. Platt, the improvement in forest landscape is really being driven by requirements for forest owners to comply with the UK Forest Standard. UK Forest Standard states that we should be working towards or maintaining a maximum of 75% any one species in each forest unit. That would also include a minimum 10% open ground and minimum 5% native broadleaves and 10% any other species. The forest standard will continue to work to that, regardless of whether the line goes in or not. The forest standard as it is at the moment is subject to review on a 5-yearly basis, and it's currently under review. It's unlikely that we will see a change from 75% to anything higher than 75%, and the it looks very much like we're going to go to 65% any one species going forward. So any future felling that's taking place will be subject to either approval under a long-term forest plan or under a felling permission. Each of them will be assessed against the UK forest standard, and the forestry that's felled will have to be restocked. That restocking will have to comply with UK forest standard as well. So they'll be looking at the woodland as a whole to make sure that any restocking proposals are taking the wood towards meeting the UK forest standard maximum any one species requirement. In terms of landscape design as well, there's fairly detailed landscape design principles included within the UK forest standard, and very much a case of moving away from geometric edges, both externally and internally within the woodlands, to more organic edges, and softening with broadleaves, particularly where you've got the woodland meeting open ground, and generally trying to sort of create a feathered effect out onto open moorland through the use of broadleaves and alternative species.
In terms of the clearance corridors as well, is that a location? Clearly, there's a reason why you have a clearance corridor, to keep the trees away from the power lines as they kind of hang slightly. But is that an area in which there might be the potential to introduce more naturalistic planting at the edges to try and soften the very regimented lines that you sometimes see?
Yeah, very much so. Any felling adjacent to the edges that would have to take place in the future, the restocking would have to be designed in accordance with the UK forest standards. So it would have to have a more organic edge. It would be difficult to imagine Scottish Forestry approving any felling permission that replaced what was there previously with straight edges.
You asked this gentleman a question. Has he taken into account the risk of wind blow at edges when there's a storm, which seems to me to be a factor we might look at when we're talking about redesign of forest blocks? Is that a significant matter, or is it just a neutral matter which you take into account when it happens?
No, it has been taken into account in the EIA. Each property was subject to a forestry property report, and areas were identified where there was a risk of wind blow in the mature crops, and there's been a recommendation for management felling in those areas to prevent wind blow or to reduce the risk of wind blow, and that's obviously in discussion with the property owner. But that would have to be taken forward with Scottish Forestry, either under a felling permission application or a long-term forest plan proposal.
Yeah, so just to add to that point, just to be clear, so the woodland reports in the technical appendix to the EIA set out those areas of potential management felling, but they don't form part of what we're asking for consent for here.
Can I just, apologies sir, can I just jump in? It's very interesting, I understand what's being said, but I don't think we have any visualisations showing the combination of management felling and fuzzy edges to the clearance corridor, or am I wrong in that?
I think the management felling is not part of this proposal. Yeah, I mean, I'm introducing the fuzzy edges point, and whether that is something that might be dealt with by condition or whatever, we might need to talk about it on another day. But
Sir, if it says for your notes, the relevant strategy and plan documents are CD 2.124 and CD 2.125.
Thank you.
And I was going to ask if Mr. Bruce could add a little bit just to address your fuzzy edge point in terms of what scope there might be for mitigation within the Wayleaf corridor.
That's helpful.
Certainly, Mike and Jackie may want to add to that as well, but yeah, sorry, there's actually ongoing work to look at the extent to which we would be able to mitigate both, well, coming back to the ancient woodland point, to reduce the impact there by micrositing to cross at the very narrowest points, or looking at alternative methods like crown reduction as opposed to full removal of trees and the fuzzy edges of the wayleave is probably more Mike's area of expertise, but fundamentally, when that will be for the landowner through the management felling, when they have to come back with their long-term forest plan to show they're complying with the UK forest standard, and that would require them to replant to a fuzzy edge, effectively, or in a more organic shape.
Just so I understand how in practice it could work, if ministers were in agreement with the proposal, would they be able to insist as a condition of their approval that some sort of fuzzy edging happened, or is that a matter over which the applicant has no direct control and it's a matter for the landowner?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, largely. I believe there was, going back to precedent and Beely Denny, I think they did have landscape considerations for forest design as conditions on Beely Denny, but I think essentially this is a matter that Scottish Forestry have been quite clear that they want to retain control over. They don't want to make it part of the overhead line Electricity Act consent.
Sir, can I ask Jackie Taylor or Mike Thompson to just address the issue within the wayleave corridor?
I was just going to add to what Peter was saying there, that the fuzzy edges would really be a matter for Scottish Forestry, because they would be the ones assessing any felling permission application, and they wouldn't just be assessing the felling, they'd also be looking at it in conjunction with restocking, and it would be the restock design that they would be assessing for the fuzzy edges. Sorry. Yeah. Do you want me to repeat what I was saying? No, don't repeat. Right. Okay.
I think we just my interest is the extent to which, if at all, ministers can take any comfort from the possibility of the fuzzy edging if they are instructed not to be treading on the toes of other regimes through conditioning a planning or a Section 37 consent, because the presumption is you don't duplicate the powers of others or start interfering with the others. So if it were the case that ministers felt they couldn't secure that by a condition, would they in fact not be reasonable to take any or make any assumptions about what Scottish Forestry might be able to do? Is it still a great big question mark as to whether we end up with hard edges or fuzzy edges? I'm just thinking aloud here.
I think it would be very much that Scottish Forestry would be insisting on fuzzy edges. Yeah. They would be assessing the felling and restocking against UK forest standard, and it's quite clear that we have to come away from geometric edges.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add that whilst we're concentrating on the forestry element in terms of the fuzzy edge point, I'd like to add that within the outline habitat management plan, there is a commitment there to undertake habitat enhancement opportunities, and that would fall within the wayleave corridor. And in order to do that, you would effectively create sort of more organic edges through the introduction of different types of vegetation which may be lower, such as scrubby vegetation, different sort of habitats, wetland habitats, areas where it's drier. You would have a gradation of different structure heights alongside the actual trees themselves.
Thank you, that is helpful. And in terms of the applicant's ability to do that, I'm just thinking, how does the mechanism work? Is that something that is part and parcel of the wayleave that's agreed? Again, I'm just thinking about what weight ministers can give to that commitment if it turns out the owner of the land can say, no, forget about it, I don't want that messing up my land. Is it something that's written into the wayleave that allows you to do that, assuming the wayleave is granted?
So, Miss Helen Martin wasn't expecting to get evidence, I don't think, but since she is the in-house legal expert along with John McMillan, I'm sure she'll be able to answer your question.
Yes, it's part of the overall wayleave agreements that we're entering into with landowners that will be covered off.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Before I go back to Mr. Rainsford, just so far, is anything anyone on this side wanted to comment on those points? Councillor Green.
I suppose partly from a curiosity point, but also just thinking about how the longer term impact would be on the landscape. when you're talking about these fuzzy edges, I think I've heard about these sort of plantation plans sort of following natural contours or watercourses or so on. I suppose a pylon route by its nature is very hard geometric shapes because you've got the straight course between the towers. Are there examples where that's happened and that has been achieved already with those fuzzy edges, so to speak, around that very hard geometric shape?
So, Mike, there are various witnesses who can answer this question. One would be Mike Thompson, one would be Jackie Taylor, and also Ian Clark will probably be able to assist as well.
Sure. On recent overhead lines in Argyll, we have contoured the edges of the plantation or the edges of the corridor to suit the contours and other features. And also because the line ground clearance changes through the natural bow, we are able to shape the trees slightly, because this similar height tree, but the lines are higher up, so you've got greater clearance for fear of falling.
Taller trees closer to the pylons, is that right?
And no, they can just be closer. They can just be closer because the falling height is about the electrical clearance to the wires. So if the tree was to fall, you actually fear of getting the electrical arcing resulting in a fire. So as you get closer to the pylon, the line gets higher, so you can actually have the trees just that little bit closer.
Can I ask Mr Clark just to explain to what extent that is now normal practice, that in other words it's not simply a question of clear felling a defined corridor?
Yeah, I mean, we consented the Inverarnan cross-seg line, I'm going to say 2015, like 2014. So it's going back sort of 6 or 7, 8 years that we've been doing that, and we've done it on both lines through that section, wherever we can. And we also try to obviously maximise throughout the project any other sort of natural woodlands as well. Even though we may have consented to fell, we will also, just through the construction, through maybe micrositing the individual towers, we can actually maximise that even more. And we have done that kind of around the Ansui area.
Is it, I suspect it might be too early for there to be any benefit in you going to look at those locations, given that things are probably not massively established, or is it worth my while going to look at that?
Yeah, you can go and see some of them, because some of them naturally will just not fell the trees. So you can see some of that. One location might be the Ansui substation, which I could give you the location to. It's relatively easy to access off the main road. You could get to the substation in your car carefully.
That would be great if you could. And obviously, if anyone on the other side of the room would like to look at that as well, you'd be welcome to do that.
No, I think for something that I'm happy if you do that unaccompanied, sir. It makes it easier.
It would be helpful if you could, pass me how to get there. That would be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Guess the chance, if you can remember what we were talking about.
I'm taking essentially 2 points from the discussions. Obviously, the forestry design elements, notwithstanding the broader point about future baseline and the appropriateness of the baseline. It's certainly not my intention to denigrate forestry. In fact, I see it as a working landscape, as I say, and one which has its own value and aesthetic as well. And as a consequence, there is nowhere within our assessment where we actually reduce perceived sensitivity or even residual effects based purely on the idea that it's commercial forestry. There are some issues with commercial forestry which don't contain good design, clearly, but that's not what we've focused on here. And in terms of the kind of changes that we've been discussing, I would suggest that we would still end up with similar outcomes nonetheless. So I wouldn't propose amending my position from my topic paper or from the landscape and visual impact assessment.
Thank you. Anything else on forestry before we break for lunch? Ms. Platt? Yes?
Yes, I thought I'd just make the point that I think that the mitigation proposals from the applicant, they sound very helpful. And there's certainly a lot that you can do within forest design to soften this sort of this linear element that will cut across the landscape. But I just wanted to add that within forest design principles, there are various approaches, and one of the principles is about integration of the forest forms, and there's a point where you can get to where this will limit the ability to fully integrate woodland from above and below the power line. So although you can soften the clearance corridor and soften the linear element cutting across, there will always be a residual effect from that, although I appreciate the potential to mitigate that to the greatest extent.
Thank you. Nothing else on trees? Nope. Okie dokes. We will break now. It's 1:15, come back 2:15, and we'll move on to visual effects and viewpoints, etc. Thank you. Okay, it's pretty much time to restart. Can I just check that Ms. Platt can hear us in France?
I can hear you clearly, so that's good from my end.
Excellent, we can hear you too. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to effects at viewpoints. Before going through various viewpoints that I identified and seeing whether we can get any agreement or not, and to answer a few queries I had, there were two general points that came to me, one of which we've hinted at already, which was to what extent do the visualisations show the clearance corridors that would be necessary. I'll ask Ms. Platt, I think, to explain her concerns, maybe with reference to one of the viewpoints, if you think it maybe shows it or doesn't show it in particular.
Yes, I think the Duncan Ban Monument viewpoint is probably the clearest example of where this, as far as I'm aware, obviously the applicant may say differently. As far as I'm aware, it appears that the clearance corridor, so that would be viewpoint 11, isn't depicted within the photomontages. So you would expect to see quite a significant break in the tree cover and following the route either side, wherever the pylons go through the plantation forestry.
Thank you. Is there because there's a few, obviously you're looking in several different directions, was there a particular one of the directions where you think that might be best seen?
I would suggest that the view looking to the east and to the south, and whether that's a combination of views, I might just pull those up and have a look. So in the original view, figure 8.8K, which looks to the east, as far as I'm aware, where the power line development is passing through a plantation forested back block into an open space and then back through. I would expect to see that depicted there. And also in figure 8.8K, which is, well, sorry, they're both the same figures. So the view...
Sorry to interrupt. On the at the bottom of the drawing, you've got a view direction of view. Maybe use that to differentiate between which of the 8.8Ks.
Okay. Yes. So that would be the southeast and the southwest. I'd expect to see that depicted.
Excellent, thank you. The other query I had, and you may not agree, was I think it's viewpoint 7. Was that a location also where you felt? I think I might have imagined, but I think you mentioned that this was the looking down from the Crooken Massif, one of the highest viewpoints. Was that also a location where you thought you would have expected to see a corridor and you weren't seeing one?
Yeah, so that's from excuse my pronunciation, Monag Dreisig, which is above to the rear of Lochy village, and you get the panorama. It's quite extensive, so you're seeing a huge run of the power line from there, and I would expect to see that from both angles which are taken, and it would be quite clear in the landscape within that view. I'm just going to have a look at the view.
It's viewpoint 7.
Eight point 8G, sir.
So there's the southeast view, which looks towards Ben Louis, and then there's the southwest, I presume. I'm just having a look. Southwest, and the southwest in particular cuts right through quite a large plantation forestry block, and I would certainly expect to see quite a significant corridor in that view.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Wainsfire, have you accurately portrayed the clearance corridors?
They were, sir. In fact, I took the liberty, in anticipation of this question, getting the visualisers to provide some evidence, which is not in front of the PLI. I'm very sorry about that. And essentially, there are a number of issues here. One of them's about the resolution of the images that you're looking at, because when you zoom in on the original images, there is clearly felling corridors, and I'll take you to one example, and it's the one from the elevated viewpoint in a moment. But the other thing that was apparent from looking at that in more detail is that quite often from viewpoints you're seeing the development on a relatively flat piece of terrain, and so you're essentially seeing the towers between the two remaining blocks of forestry, and I think that's where perhaps some of the confusion is occurring. I'm certainly satisfied from having looked at the original imagery from the visualisers that was included. If it's not apparent, my apologies for that, but what I would do is just to prove the point that these were montaged in. If I can take you to the Driscoll view, and it's the one actually, the only reason I'm choosing this is because it's the most apparent, is the one to the east. So you're looking along the Glen to the east, and this maybe hopefully will illustrate my point, which is that's where land actually rises up.
Sorry, so which viewpoint are we on?
8.7.
Which viewpoint are we on?
Sorry, let me check that for you. 8.8G. Sorry, it's 8.8G is and it's the southeast image that you're going to want, which is the first sheet on the montages for that. What you should have is a view up Strathorchy and to the hills beyond, and we're looking at the far reaches of the development. And it's easy. No. And it's the view to the southeast. Yeah. Oh, sorry, to the east it is, rather, not southeast. It's east-southeast. So it's the first montage, and it's the montages are broken into sections showing the view progressing round because it's such a large panorama. And as the line extends off into the distance, there's clear evidence of amendment to the baseline photographs to take account of the operational corridor. I can see it quite clearly because I've got it on screen, but for anybody looking on paper images, yeah, that's right.
So, sir, if you look at the visualization and then go 2 documents prior to that, you'll see the baseline photograph, and on the left-hand side, the left full page, you'll see a very, well, not very, but a distinguishable change between the baseline photograph and the visualisation?
It's a linear. There's a linear cut, an edge to the forestry. The reason I chose that particular image is because it demonstrates we did model this, and that was modelled using 3D Studio Max and then using other proprietary software. But where the towers extend through other forestry and there's overlapping between forestry in the front and behind, I think that's where it can appear that there is no cut corridor. But certainly, of all of the images that we looked at, the ones that were modified because there was evidence of felling would be viewpoint 6, 7, which is what we've been looking at, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 17. All of those have had some slight amendment to take account of this. A lot of it, I have to say, is incredibly difficult to see. It took me a long time. It's why I went back to the visualisers, was to get them to help me to see exactly where this is. But they certainly modelled it according to the forestry plans that they were provided with. And as you can see, there is clearly an attempt to represent that.
Yeah, I think that's really helpful. Ms. Platt, do you accept that? So particularly looking at that southeast direction from viewpoint 7, you can see they've kind of cut out a section because you're looking down or up the gap, the corridor. From that direction, it appears they are showing it quite clearly. Do you accept that that's the reason, because you're looking across the corridor, why you don't pick it out in the visualisation, or do you think in reality it would in fact be more apparent than it's been shown?
Yeah, not entirely. I think I agree. I can see that particular area of cuts, and that's quite good to see the extent that will be visible within the landscape. But some of the other blocks where I would expect to see quite an obvious route passing through neither show any shadowing where you would see within forestry where there's a fire break or where there's a coop joining another coop. You would expect to see a break, and you see those as shadows. When you see an extensive corridor such as this clearance corridor of potentially 50 metres, additional to that, any areas to take into account further felling coops and wind blow mitigation, then that would certainly appear much more starkly within the visualisations, and certainly any that I've undertaken, you would see it fairly clearly. And so I think that perhaps it has been attended to in some places, but perhaps other places it's not been modelled quite as clearly as I'd like to see.
Well, I think Mr. Bainsford's evidence is that his people did actually do it right, and it's not. I appreciate visualisation is not reality, and it's a tool which has variable levels of success and value, but you accept that what he says is true. They did do it. I think you're saying it's just not quite as apparent as you would expect it to be in reality.
Yes, I think that's correct. It appears that it has been done, and certainly there's evidence of it in some areas, but there's certainly other bits. I'm just looking now at the viewpoint 7, the southwest view, and quite just left of centre of that view, the power lines cut across an area of plantation where it appears that the pylons sit in pockets of open space, and I would expect to see that modelled right across that block, and a clear break as you see the planting edge of that block as well. So it's maybe been done, but it's not perhaps as clear as it should be.
Can I say something, sir, before you go back? I was just going to refer you to the same second visualisation, the south quadrant, and in particular to the point where the pylons emerge from the forest on the left-hand side of the visualisation. The pylons emerge from a very dense part of the forest, and there's no gap shown at all. And in fairness to the council, they can't rely on something that Mr. Bainsford might have seen that no one else has seen. We have to rely on the documentation as submitted as part of the environmental assessment. And this is one of the views that caused my concern. I can see no sign of a felling corridor there at all. and this is the official EIAR. The pylon is sitting hard against a solid edge of trees.
Before you,
Afraid we agree with that, sir.
yep. Before you answer that, Mr. Bitsford, I would say there isn't even the faintest hint of a shadow line following the line of the pylons. You can see on the opposite side of that block of woodland where the line enters the woodland. There's kind of a shaded area, shadowy area around one of the existing pylons, but that's an existing shadow line which you can see in the original photograph. So that's presumably a small gap in the trees which is generating shadow, and yet there's no indication of a shadow anywhere else along that line. That pylon is surrounded by shadow, but that's on the photographic baseline. Nowhere else on that line can you see a shadow. Is that simply just a constraint of the... I take your word that it was modelled, but do you accept it's a constraint of the software that you might not actually pick up the fine detail that you'd expect or you would get with the naked eye?
I think there's a number of things, really. I mean, one of them is that, yes, you're quite right, Mr. Kelly, that I have had the privilege of seeing stuff that isn't in front of the inquiry. My apologies. That it was rendered. Having said that, I also take your point as well, sir, in terms of the limitations, not so much of the software, but there's an interpretation in this as well in terms of the rendering to make it clear what's actually happening in the image. And if that's not clear, partially perhaps to do with the resolution of the image, because a lot of these images have been resampled to get them to a submittable size, then yes, that would be I would accept that's not helpful.
In terms of how they're supposed to be used in practice.
Sorry, my colleague reminds me, of course, the way in which these images are intended to be used is as almost an aide-memoire in terms of being in the field and being able to see where the development is and what the likely effects are. The other thing I would say as well, though notwithstanding what we were just discussing, the other thing that I'm conscious of is that the backclothing of the towers by coniferous forests in this circumstance actually heightens them because there's a great deal of contrast. So it's a bit swings and roundabouts, but I do accept what you're saying about it doesn't necessarily accurately reflect the way in which it appears on the figure.
Anything else you want to talk about clearance corridors? I was going to move on to the point Mr. Kelly had raised about changing light conditions, etc. Anything on clearance corridors before we move on, Ms. Platt?
I think that's just quite useful in terms of giving an indication of the potential nuance between what's represented on the photo montages and the actual resulting effect on the landscape, particularly within the context of the discussions earlier in terms of forestry and the extent of the clearance and potential widening, that there's a lot of scope for interpretation within those photo montages.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, anything else to say on that? No. I'd go on to the point Mr. Kelly raised. Different lighting conditions, different times of day, different weather conditions. I think you were critical that those factors haven't been modelled into the visualisations, and I think it's actually maybe Councillor Green said about the metallic structures and their ability to catch the light. If you could tell me a bit more about that, maybe.
I've undertaken site visits for this case 3 different times of the year. The visibility of the existing overhead line varies significantly depending whether the sun is in the east, the west, or if it's out at all. Simple one, I don't know if you saw it yourself yesterday morning, but walking up to the Cruachan Dam, the 2 wind farms to the west were virtually invisible on the way up because we had dull lighting. When I came back down, which would be at 10 a.m, the sun was out in the east and it was as somebody was shining spotlights on those wind turbines. The difference in visibility was incredible. And that matches my experience of both power lines and turbines elsewhere. Now, I don't criticise Mr. Bainsford for the work on this particular case he's followed the methodology, but I simply raise it as an issue that does the assessment properly highlight the likely scale of difference in visibility in different lighting conditions. And as Councillor Green said, for metallic structures, that might make a big difference.
I can. I'll let you go on, but I can obviously inspect and have inspected them at different times of the day, so I can get a feel for that. Looking at, presumably there's no reason to suspect that the type of pylon proposed would be any different in that regard than those I can see around that already exist, as far as you know.
My recollection is that they're slightly taller, that's all.
If it's helpful, the closest ones to what's proposed are probably the ones further south around Loch Gilphead, which is part of the existing upgrade line which SSEN has put in down there. I think that would probably be the closest to what they're planning to put in. I don't know if they could confirm that.
Is this LT40 you're alluding to?
Crosshague, yeah.
Crosshague,
yeah.
Right. Yeah, is that is? Yes, so that would be. The only thing I would add, can I respond? The only thing I'd say is, firstly, I would take issue with Mr. Kelly about the similarities between turbines and power lines. They are quite distinct. I do accept that there are different experiences depending on the time of day, the time of year. Also, equally, weathering as well. A big part of, and I've seen this with the Bewley-Denny line, for instance, which hasn't been in a hugely long period, but has already, and those were large structures, very bright and very highly reflective when they first went in. So I think, I don't have a problem with the idea of considering development throughout the year and over a series of years, in fact. But in this particular case, the difference between this and the wind farms is that the wind farms have a more constant brightness when they are visible, whereas I would argue that with grid infrastructure and towers, one of the strengths and one of the reasons that there's a lot of stock given in terms of backclothing is because it does allow for a more recessive appearance. There will always be some periods where you get increased degree of visibility, but there isn't an easy way around that, to be frank, to deal with it, because quite often we'd have to do that over a year. Or even longer if we have a very dull year. So there's a practical thing to it, but certainly I do acknowledge that the visibility and the appearance will change.
Kelly, do you accept that point, that the sort of galvanised finish of the towers is maybe less likely to catch the eye or the light than a shiny pylon, shiny turbine?
To a certain extent, yes, and. But I think of the example near where I live. There's a pylon line about 5 kilometres that I look out of my office window, my home office window too. It's about 10 years old, I think. Some days it's invisible, and other days it's very prominent indeed, so you still get a reflection. But I accept what Mr. Bainspear said, that it's very hard to show this in any EIAR. The point I want to make is simply that I ask you to bear this in mind when reaching your conclusions and recommendations to ministers. And since Councillor Green mentioned it, I would say I've also been down to Loch Gilphead to see the new line that's under construction. I don't think it needs to form evidence before the inquiry as such, but it might help you to see a construction site for this scale of turbine. It was just certainly very interesting, and I'd forgotten that. It was only about 3 weeks ago I was down at Loch Gilphead and I saw the new towers going in.
Just maybe worth just picking the brains of one of the SSE witnesses about the extent to which the lattice nature of a high voltage power line is a factor when considering the choice of tower. But there are alternative types of tower, modern designs which involve more of a standard base, if you like, almost like a wind turbine. I'm not sure who the right person would be to speak to that, but I think Peter Bruce will probably be familiar with the type of structure I'm referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually there's some slightly dated studies now, but I believe it's Mark Turnbull originally published research in this area and the perceptibility of different tower structures. And yeah, a solid structure akin to a wind turbine tower is less likely to recede, and because by its very nature, the lattice structure, you can see through it, so they do tend to be more recessive in the landscape. The obvious other big factor with a wind turbine is that it's moving a lot of the time, so it tends to catch the eye.
Thank you. Now, I was proposing to run through some of the viewpoints. I'm not expecting anyone to suddenly change their mind and agree with the other party. I just really wanted to get a feel for precisely where the areas of disagreement are and how significant they are. Some of them I think we've possibly already covered quite significantly anyway, but I identified quite a few points where people I think had something to say that I wanted to hear more about. I haven't covered all of them, so if there's anything I've missed and somebody wants to say something, obviously please do. So we start with viewpoint 1, which is the junction of the A85 and the B8074. There's a point Mr. Kelly raised that by picking that precise spot, you're actually, it's very much a best case scenario because there are roadside trees right in front of you where if you'd gone slightly either east or west, you wouldn't get that screening effect. Is that right, Mr. Kelly? Right. I guess, would you accept, Mr. Kelly, it's pretty normal to pick a junction to conduct your baseline photography, etc., because it's a safe place to do it. It's where you might actually be stopped and looking around rather than passing through. Is that fair?
The purpose of a viewpoint is to illustrate significant effects. The viewpoints are initially selected from the ZTV, and my understanding is that when the assessor goes out to site, he or she should judge whether the precise viewpoint illustrates the effects it's meant to illustrate, and if not, they should move the viewpoint and seek agreement to that. Now, it is meant to be an iterative process, and here I wasn't of the view in terms of, I wasn't talking about moving like 50 metres or 100 metres away from the junction. It was relatively short moves, and you would get a much more open view across towards the proposed development. So I felt this was a viewpoint that would have benefited from microsighting of the viewpoint.
Sorry, to fair.
I think Mr. Bainsfair will have been at the site and know there's a wide verge on both sides of the junction, which can be used safely.
Sorry, can I just, in terms of I don't think, even just looking at the image that's in front of us, that moving it even 10 metres was going to actually achieve a notable improvement in the visibility towards the development. And the protocol generally is for the professional photographer to go out and snap where we've asked him to, and for him to move again. And that was the case here. We did try, and he did try, but we were having the same issues with screening vegetation no matter where we went, unless we went along the road, which wouldn't be representative of this view, which was agreed in consultation. I appreciate it's by ZTV, but deviating from agreed viewpoints is a tricky one.
I think so. This is one where it would be, if you haven't been there already, it'd be easy for you to see yourself just walking a few yards on our side of the junction.
Yeah, I will do that. I've been to the viewpoint. I haven't walked either way, but I will do that. I'll go back and have a look. Yeah. So viewpoint 2, from very close to here, in fact, Dalmally Post Office. My notes is the council believes the proposed overhead line will be much more prominent than is shown in the photo montage. The prominent existing overhead line will be seen as the viewer turns around, leading to cumulative effects. And I think Ms. Platt also had a concern that the combination of the current pylons cutting through at very close range would amplify the effect of the proposed development. I don't know who wants to go first. Maybe Mr. Kelly. you're doubting the accuracy of the photo montage, is that right? It sounded like what you were saying.
Sorry, the proposed line seemed rather indistinct compared to the existing line, given the relatively short distance between them, was my concern. And so the point is perhaps illustrated by the photo montage where you have this existing building right in the middle, and you could see both the existing line and towers and the proposed line and towers. So that it was an observation, sir.
Ms. Platt, did you want to comment on your concerns or your conclusions from there?
Yes, I felt that the determination should have been slightly more severe. It's a kind of a nuanced determination as ever, and the applicant determined as a slight adverse effect. And I was suggesting that actually I felt that should be a medium, and one shifts into being significant rather than the other. It's very subtle, but I did feel that the combination of the new pylons, the new development, with the existing pylons in the foreground would be both very noticeable, but also very evocative in terms of the connection to the village. But taking aside the perceptual issues, I did feel that it was more of a medium change using the applicant's own methodology than a slight change, and so therefore upgraded the determination.
There's always a debate, as I'm sure you know, as to the balance between making a bad situation even worse, or you being more sensitive because you already have a bad situation, so anything else is going to be a cumulative problem on the one hand, or the alternative view is, well, in comparison with the effect that you're already saddled with, which is not great, this would literally fade into the background, if you like. You know, there are two ways of looking at it. Either it increases or decreases the sensitivity of the receptor, and I appreciate inquiries, it's often argued both ways, but you're clearly of the view that the very obvious presence of these turbines at that viewpoint doesn't diminish the effect of those that are, well, not far away, quite considerably further away.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think obviously I have some local knowledge for this development, and the emotive element, which professionally I'm questioning, is that part of this viewpoint because it's a visual assessment, but certainly I felt visually it had the effect of amplifying the view, and in terms of character, it's an already sensitive area, an already sensitive issue with the two developments in very close proximity. I felt that it created quite a significant effect, but just purely on the visual issues, I just wanted to just check by the criteria and the definitions, and I felt that the definition for slight of being broadly consistent and a discernible change, but retaining that consistency, it was more suited to the localised change and the loss of the key features and characteristics from being a bit more prominent. So I just felt that it was, in terms of the nuance of the actual visual assessment, it really was a little bit more significant than determined.
Thanks. Would you accept that if we were just looking at this as a visual effect, one ought to take receptor, or possibly as a receptor anyway, someone who doesn't have a local interest? I appreciate there are one subset of the receptors are people who are local and are affected by the line, but if you imagine someone coming from out with the area, do you accept that sort of receptor isn't already burdened by the presence of the pylons and would therefore simply be seeing very prominent pylons close by and something else further away, and might, for that receptor, the pylons as existing might actually serve to lessen the impact of the proposed pylons?
Yes, I think that's one of the ways that these assessments can work in terms of, we've discussed the potential for previously eroded landscapes, and then it lowers the effects of the proposed development. But I did feel in this situation, the scale of the proposed pylons combined with the setting and the cumulative effect of the existing pylons did have a medium level of adverse effect, which isn't a huge effect, but it does upgrade slightly from the assessed determination.
Yeah, but still below significant. Would you agree with that?
No, I think that was why I was interested in this particular one, because it did raise it into a significant level. So being a medium magnitude combined with a high sensitivity viewpoint pushed it up a little bit further.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Kelly?
Nothing further to add on the viewpoint. I should have said right at the start that given the terms of the Council's objection, I didn't set out for the viewpoints to do a sensitivity, magnitude of change, significance assessment. In the statement, I provided you with comments that I have formed as a geographer and planner going to those viewpoints. I have not tried to revisit the ultimate sensitivity.
No, I appreciate that. You're as qualified as I am in that regard, so I don't doubt your ability to do that, otherwise I'd be in trouble. Councillor Green, did you want to say anything, particularly this, you know this viewpoint very well, I suspect? But...
Nothing particularly. Nothing particular on this one, thanks.
You want to come back?
So just before Mr. Bainsfair expresses his view, can I just check one point in terms of understanding Ms. Platt's assessment? If I refer please to page 9 of her main paper, at paragraph 4.4.1, where viewpoint 2 is considered. And the question relates to the point you were making about whether the emotive aspect should be taken into account. You seemed undecided about that from a landscape professional's perspective. And the question I have relates to the last sentence of the paragraph dealing with viewpoint 2, where you say the current setting with pylons cutting through the view at close range amplifies the siting of the proposed development. And normally, the existing infrastructure would, in the baseline, would not amplify the magnitude of the impact. So I'm wondering whether what you're referring to there is not the magnitude of impact, but the sensitivity of the viewpoint, and whether that, in addition to the emotive aspects that you referred to earlier, have been factored into your professional opinion.
I think that's a reasonable question, because there is an element of within a view, if there is a existing level of development, I appreciate that can create a context for further development to be introduced. But I think within this particular situation, because it is almost a like-for-like development, and in fact a existing development and then a even bigger scale proposed development, the similarity between them creates the amplification. I was just checking what I said. So it's the comparison of them. It's not one sort of development and then a different sort of development. It's two developments combining together.
So just to be clear then, your significant effect that you would suggest should be found, that relies on both an increased magnitude of impact and an increased sensitivity. It's both factors combined.
No, it's just increasing the magnitude. I was happy with the sensitivity of the viewpoints.
Thank you, sir.
Right, I'll keep this fairly brief. To my mind, what we're looking at is a location that's largely dominated by existing grid infrastructure, and as such, the proposed development could be seen to be similar to that characteristic component. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case, but in terms of the type of development and the scale, the difference being that the proposed development is set back over 1 kilometre from this viewpoint, and also it's backclothed as well. So there is a mitigating effect for that. We're also not looking along an extensive part of the line either. Whilst there are undoubtedly effects on the amenity and the character of this location, I don't accept that it's a significant impact because a significant effect because of the context. We're not talking about a significant contrast with the landscape.
Thank you. Can you just remind me, in terms of relative height, how tall the ones outside are in comparison with what you're proposing? I should know this, but...
I think we don't know exactly, but we would sort of hazard a guess around 45 to 50 metres, the existing ones. So we're a little bit larger, you know. 40, okay. Well, I defer to Mr. Campbell. But
I don't feel quite as bad now for not knowing. Do you know for a fact, Mr. Campbell? You've measured them?
So that's correct for the proposed development. It's up to 55 metres. Yeah.
Do we know absolutely as a fact that they're 40? Do you recall that from when I recall now somebody says it, the figure of 40, but I don't know if that's anecdotal or, you know. Yeah, if you can, it's not critical, but, you know. Okay, can we move on to viewpoint 3? Strong Milken, or however one pronounces it. My apologies if I'm getting that wrong. This is looking at cross farmland. You've got some much smaller scale infrastructure in the foreground, tree belt, and then you can see a line of pylons. You can see the communication mast or masts on the horizon as well. I think it was the council who, well, I think it was both objecting parties concluded this would actually be quite a prominent, significant effect from here.
Prior to going to this viewpoint, this was on my second set of site visits. I'd been driving around looking at the existing overhead line and looking at the various degrees of screening for that. Then coming to this viewpoint, there is some, there was also extensive screening, but quite a lot of that is deciduous trees, and it's certainly not in the control of the applicant. So my assessment is, it was a very simple point, sir, and it's just as I've set out there, that I felt that in reality, the visibility of the line would be a more prominent feature in the view than is apparent from the photo montage, where the towers appear, certainly in the printed version I have, the towers appear almost black. So this photograph was taken on 19th of August 2021, when obviously all the trees were in full leaf.
Ms. Bryant, did you have some comments on viewpoint 3?
I'm sorry, was that directed to me?
Yes, if you have comments. I think my note was that you thought this would be a significant effect from this point, just if you wanted to amplify that.
Yes, that's correct. It was one of the viewpoints that I felt should have been, or could be, determined as a slightly greater adverse effect. So it was determined as a slight change, and I was suggesting that perhaps that was a medium change. I felt that it fitted the description of an alteration to one or more key characteristics. Within the analysis of this viewpoint, it was suggested that the direction of the pylons was not a significant or not a prominent part of the view, but in effect it's looking over Barracastle and Dun, which is quite a significant local and it's an ancient schedule monument, so national importance. So I felt actually it was in a key area and it would be within sort of the main part of that view, and therefore suggested that that could be raised to medium, and that would push it into a significant level of effect as well.
Yes, the screening, which we've been discussing, yes, there are deciduous trees, but there's also a considerable amount of topographical screening. In fact, that's evident from the wireline image that accompanies this suite of drawings. The colouring of the pylon, it's ironic actually, because I actually think that it tends to emphasise the contrast between the towers and the backdrop of the moorland. So to my mind, I think I don't necessarily quibble about the accuracy or the representation in this. I think it's actually quite useful, and it fits with, I think, with the shadow play within the broader view. I don't feel that this constitutes a significant effect either visually or in character. I think the mitigation that was planned by the positioning of the line is evident here. It's that for a major piece of infrastructure, I think that's a fairly limited intrusion into the view or into the landscape here.
Okay, thank you. Viewpoint for Kilhern Castle, do we need to go back there again? I'm just looking at the notes I'd made. I think we may have talked about them all.
The Council's happy to leave that.
Yep. Ms. Platt, did you want to say anything else about views from the Castle?
No, I'm happy that we've covered that fully.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer, anything else on the Castle?
No, thank you, sir.
Point 5, back on the A85, this time from the B8077 junction. Mr. Kelly, again, police viewpoint is unrepresentative, as the line's largely screened by roadside trees out with the control of the applicant. If you'd gone slightly east on the A85, you'd lose the screening effect of the trees. Is that a reasonable summary of where you're coming from?
Yes, it is, sir, and I have nothing to add to that. Just like when we discussed the earlier viewpoint, I'm happy that if you want her, sir, to go back to this viewpoint and move a few metres east, as I suggest, and check what I say. I think it's something that, well, certainly I'm happy to leave for you to look at on your site work, sir.
Is it fair to say the concern would be, or the visibility, if there is visibility, would be for those heading west, probably, given that if you're heading east, you'd be kind of having to look back over your shoulder to look in that direction as you come around the corner. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Heading towards Dalmally would not be so much of a problem as going the other way. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. You want to come back on that, Mr. Benson?
Yeah, very much a similar point to previously, whether it's representative of the entirety of that road. In actual fact, representativity doesn't talk to the most open view. So the fact that there may be some roadside vegetation, actually that in itself is representative. That put aside, taking into account what you can see in the wireline, equally I wouldn't conclude that to be a significant effect. There's a considerable degree of distance and some screening by topography, and backclothing again. So from my perspective, there may be some increased visibility as you travel south, but it's going to be fleeting and it's going to be oblique.
Okay, viewpoint 6, Lochy Hotel. A key feature in the offering of the hotel are the wide-ranging views across the loch, so say the council. Proposed overhead line likely to be eye-catching feature in the view towards Dalmally. Is there anything you want to expand upon?
This, sir, was an example of my thinking about the effects of lighting, and I was imagining the view from the hotel when the sun is in the west, late afternoon, and maybe catching the pylons, and that is the sole point I want to make about this viewpoint, sir.
Ms. Platt, did you have anything to say in the view from the hotel?
I felt that this was was not a significant view in terms of adverse effects, and it was potentially more representative of the small, glimpsed, cumulative and perceptual qualities, and linked more to assessment within the special qualities than of visual amenity separately.
I was just looking for a clearance corridor to see, but I couldn't find one, but we'll not go there anymore. Mr. Rensford, did you have any comeback on that?
I suppose just one word of caution, sir, in terms of extrapolating from a static viewpoint, which is quite unusual along that the stretch of the road that runs around this part of the loch. That's the only thing, because obviously the views won't be quite as open and easy from that section of the road. And in terms of I agree with Ms. Platt, it's not a significant impact. The main focus of the view is across the loch, obviously up towards the mountains, but the distance and the degree of mitigation that's offered by topography, as evidenced in the wire lines in this image, I think speak volumes for themselves.
Excellent, thank you. Viewpoint 7, again, we have possibly said all we can say, I don't know, maybe not. Ms. Platt, the summit of the hill I can't pronounce and haven't yet tried to. Do you have anything else you want to say on that?
I'm not going to try and pronounce it either, but I did increase the magnitude slightly from a slight to a medium as before, altering one or more of the key characteristics I felt was reasonable, and I think we have discussed that one quite in depth. So yeah, just to say that I'd moved it into a significant level of adverse effect, and it is a very wide-ranging view, so there is quite a lot of opportunity for experiencing it as it moves through various different parts of that view and that landscape.
Mr. Kelly, anything else? Not even an attempt to pronounce the name? No. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Benson?
Only to reiterate, in terms of the scale of the view and the backclothing and distance at which the development will be seen, and when you look at the priorities in the view in all directions, they speak to the glens and the loch and lochside, and then the summits beyond. So I think a position of a development in the middle ground, which is backclothed and therefore somewhat more recessive, I think speaks to the fact it's unlikely to be significant.
Okay, viewpoint 8 on the A85 in the lay-by. I suppose one thing that struck me on all of the visualizations, I'm kind of missing the distance from the nearest thing. Like you get sometimes, I know it's not critical, I can measure it myself, but sometimes that helps. But you know, it's a minor point. But if you know how far away any of these things, do feel free to tell me. Mr. Kelly's point, I think, is just the sheer number of pylons you can see or potentially see from this location. Was that right?
Yes, so you also stole my first point there, which was I was going to mention that it's not Mr. Campbell's, okay. I was going to mention, sir, that on reviewing these hard copies again today, I noticed that there was the distance to the pylon line is not given for any viewpoint, and here, this is a particular one where I felt knowing the distance was important for subsequent analysis, because at the lay-by and looking at the wire lines, you certainly see an extensive, or potentially see an extensive length of the proposed overhead line. And you are also at this lay-by looking across and down the loch. So the overhead line will be occupying what is a key part, or will be in what is a key part of the view. And that is why, trying to understand its effect, I was quite interested in the distance from the viewpoint to the pylon line. It is basically the width of the loch and the inlet at this point. Thank you. Other than that, there was nothing else to add to what I've written out, sir.
Do you know if, and I can check this myself because I'll be going back that way tonight, at this point or close to this point, you're aware of the existing Crooken power line as an existing feature, obviously not looking in that direction?
My recollection is that this lay-by is basically next to a cliff face on the road, so you don't actually see anything in the opposite direction.
Ms. Platt, did you have anything to say about this viewpoint?
I was happy with the determination on this viewpoint and saw it within the context of those glimpse views that we've been discussing throughout today.
Thanks. Mr. Rainsford, do you have anything? No. Okay, viewpoint 11 was the next one on my list where we've clearly been. Everyone, I think, accepts it's a very important viewpoint. Was there anything that we haven't said that we want to say, or anything you want to go back to emphasise, Ms. Platt, first?
Just to say that I did review it in terms of looking again at the criteria and the assessment on a technical basis, and felt that it should be moved from medium to substantial, which suggests considerable alteration of the key elements of the view, and that would increase the determination further. It's already classed as a substantial, significant impact within the assessment anyway, but just to suggest that actually it's perhaps even more significant than previously determined.
From the council, anything extra? No, I think we've said it all.
No,
Did you want to come back? No. Okay, thank you. Next one I had was 13, Crooken Visitor Centre, further down the A85. Council had brought this one up, views across the loch towards the hills that frame the view. A new overhead line will run across the face of the hills. Some screening provided by trees, but the effect of that depends on whether or not they're retained in the longer term. And again, Mr. Kelly's point about sunlight from the west potentially increasing the prominence. I think the trees in question, are they the same trees I asked Ms. Platt about, which are what appear to be non-plantation trees, the more natural-looking trees on the lower slopes? Are they the ones that provide the screening? And if so, might one hope that they are going to be retained longer term than a plantation?
Yeah, so that's the case. This viewpoint is further away from the line than viewpoint 8. It's in a visitor centre car park. There is a lot going on. I have some concerns that I expressed there, but for clarity, this is absolutely not a key determining viewpoint, in my view, sir, for your recommendations.
Ms. Platt, anything on this viewpoint?
I would say that I was happy with the determination. I don't feel it's a significant view. There's the existing fish farm infrastructure, and the development would be seen within that existing baseline, and perhaps as a receding part of the view. I did feel that I was happy with I think it was determined as negligible, so I was happy with that.
Thank you, that's helpful. Anything on that, Mr. Rainsford? No. Thank you.
Please, sir, to assist with distances from each of the viewpoints, if you look to page 17 of Mr. Bainfair's topic paper, that's the section dealing with PQ, but it includes a table which has the viewpoints and the distance to the proposed development from each of those viewpoints. Page 17.
Just what I was looking for, that's great. Thank you.
So is that table 1 in the topic paper? Thank you.
Back to Ardnaseg House, or that's probably a terrible pronunciation again. Viewpoint 14, we have talked about that in relation to trees, I think. Anything additional we want to say about this viewpoint? Ms. Platt first.
Just to reiterate the change from the naturalistic setting to developed setting, and that's quite a big jump, and so that's where I moved it from a slight to a medium magnitude and potentially significant.
Mr. Kelly, any Councillor Green? No?
It's not one I commented on, sir, so nothing further to add.
Just a reiteration of the separation between that naturalistic edge referred to by Ms. Platt and the location of the development, which is more towards the moorland and the forestry. So. It's figure 8.8n.
There is towards the back of that bundle of, yep. The next one I had jumped to was 19, Cardiff Stedding. I think this was a point raised by Ms. Platt. Changes to the key characteristic of the natural pastoral setting by the introduction of man-made industrial elements out of scale with the context and character of the area. A major, moderate, significant effect. Is there anything extra you'd like to say, perhaps explain those conclusions? When I was at that location, there is a fair degree of, I believe, foreground tree screening, trees anyway. You don't feel that that would successfully screen the proposal?
I felt that the setting, and I don't know whether it's one that you visited or you might visit, has a very much the tranquility, the pastoral setting, and the lack of development. So even seeing an element of the power lines within that setting would be quite a significant change, and the scale being the beyond human scale of these particular power lines would be quite jarring in that sort of pastoral and naturalistic context.
You don't think that I appreciate your description of the place because I was there, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But the tree screening struck me as quite extensive up close to where you would be viewing from. You don't think that would be successful in hiding it, or are you saying it's just the slightest glimpse would be enough to break the spell, as it were?
I think this. Potentially where the viewpoint is taken from and looking directly towards, the tree screening is quite successful in removing quite a large element of the development, but you're still seeing, I felt, enough of the development through the trees to change the context of that view quite significantly. So it was the context. I'm trying to just looking for my notes. So it's altering a key characteristic of the baseline, and again using the applicant's methodology and criteria, I moved it from a slight adverse effect to a medium magnitude, which is still not huge, but enough when combined with the sensitivity of the view to create a significant effect.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Anything more? No. Mr. Bainsford, what do you have to say about that? Anything?
Just so the test for a significant effect, I think, is clearly not breached here. It's a development that's not out of scale with this landscape as it appears. The development appears. We've got a very limited amount of divisibility from here, and it's, as you say, there's also a degree of subdivision between the space where the development is and where the view is contained as well. So no, I don't agree with Ms. Platt there.
Okay. Any other viewpoints that I haven't covered, either residential visual impact assessment or the overall visual impact assessment? Anything that do you think I need to look at that I haven't, Mr. Kelly?
I think, just as we discussed earlier, so there's two sets of paths to Two Rows at the 85 Strun-Milton Road junction. I haven't had a chance to check them myself, but looking at the Ordnance Survey map, I think you only need to go up as far as the start of the ridge on both paths to see the effect looking south. And the final one, as we'd mentioned in our hearing statement, just to remind you to take the train both ways if you haven't done so already. And that's it, sir.
Ms. Platt, was there any other location you want to talk about?
I was interested in elevated views from the A819. The only view for that route was within a cutting and an area of very restricted view. And I have to say I've not picked any particular location, but I was interested in whether that was truly representative and whether there were more elevated views which contain both the views to Cruachan and potentially the power lines themselves as well. So I was interested in that one. And then the A85, we've discussed Strone Hill. I did also bring up Barracastlin, which is the prehistoric dun just outside Dalmally. That was assessed within the heritage assessment, but I felt it was also quite a significant local viewpoint and local destination, and one which is in the local development plan, the community development plan, as being developed for sort of local routes and pathways in the future. So one that I thought perhaps could have been included in the assessment.
Did you have anything to say about any of those locations?
No, just as a general point, though, which is obviously we did undertake an extensive consultation on viewpoint locations. Obviously, they can arise later, and there is provision for asking for additional supplementary environmental information during the application process. But I haven't assessed these in detail.
Okay. Now I'm just checking my list of any other matters or questions to see whether there are any that I haven't ticked off. I think there's just one question that I had of Ms. Platt. I'll just find the point. I think it's in the original statement, Ms. Platt. Paragraph 2.1.2 in your statement rather than the rebuttal. It's really just for my benefit, just to make sure I fully understand what you mean. Within the scope of the assessment, it was found that there was a focus on visual assessment of landscape receptors with an omission of assessment upon character for receptors such as settlement, recreational resource and heritage. This approach risks omitting potential effects upon the perceptual qualities and the cumulative impacts of the sequential experience of such an extensive feature. I think I know what you mean, but as a non-landscape architect, can I just make sure I do understand what you mean? If you can put it into simple terms, that would be appreciated.
Yes, I felt that a lot of the assessment was split into assessment for character and assessment for visual amenity, and most of the assessment was within the visual amenity area, and that included assessment on settlement, and assessment on strategic routes and assessment on... So it suggested that these elements were being assessed only for effects on the views, and that the potential for effects on the character, effects on the perceptual qualities, and effects on, as we discussed, the sort of sequential experience may be omitted. And it wasn't clear to me that had been given enough weighting within the assessment itself. The assessment for character, as I discussed in the report as well, I felt was very broad, and so there wasn't the potential to include those elements within the character assessment because it was looking at things on such a broad scale. Whereas usually the approach might be to break the area down into smaller chunks and then assess each one of those portions which was within the visual assessment within a smaller character assessment, and then you are able to produce a much clearer understanding of exactly what's being affected in each part, especially with a quite a long and a sort of broad scale and a long extent of development such as this one with 13 kilometres. It will be useful to have that broken down further. I hope that answers the question.
Oh, no, it does. That is helpful. And I recall, and I'm sure Mr. Bainsfield will tell us, but I recall his response to that point about two broad, not broad brush, but two broad areas used for looking at landscape character was those are the landscape character units in the document that he referred to, the Nature Scott document. And I think the Council's own wind energy landscape cluster study, although that used some smaller landscape character areas, they weren't actually necessarily as small as I think you're suggesting should have been employed. So I think he was saying for a project of this scale, it would be quite normal and in accordance with the guidelines to use these broad areas, given that presumably they are considered to be fairly consistent in terms of their character. I think that was it. He'll have a chance to tell me if I'm wrong there, but is that not fair that this is in fact what everyone would do for a project of this scale? They wouldn't break it down into much smaller units.
It depends on the authority and the statutory consultees involved. For each assessment, there are different ideas about how small scale we should go, what sort of level of fine-grained detail. Within this particular assessment, the broad area from the Nature Scott guidelines and from the Nature Scott areas that were produced was used, as well as the smaller scale areas from the Council. However, the assessment was only done on the broad scale area. So the use of the smaller scale areas was helpful in terms of indicating the baseline and the character, but there wasn't an assessment which followed along of that smaller scale. So it retained the huge area, which is virtually Argyll wide and reaches over to Mull and has areas in various places. So it wasn't entirely useful in determining exactly where these effects stopped and which specific areas were being affected within this local area.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Did you want to say something, Mr. Bainsfield?
Yeah, just to reinforce, I suppose, I think your line of reasoning, sir. It is usual to use these data sets from LWEX, as I would call it, the Council's capacity study for wind farms, as it's appropriate. But obviously, Nature Scott's data sets, which are produced partially explicitly for this and wind farm development, in terms of breaking it down further, that would be appropriate for smaller scale developments, and certainly I would produce for, if it was a series of buildings or a housing scheme, maybe further detailed consideration. But for the purposes of this, in terms of proportionality, which is obviously key, because most landscape and visual impact assessments are far too long, that's where we go to. Where there is differences within landscape character types, we would also tend to highlight those because that has effects on potential sensitivity. But I don't believe that it requires a highly detailed evaluation of landscape character. And in fact, our colleagues in Wales went through the whole process of unpicking some of the landmark data because it was too small for these strategic developments. So it's certainly not, in my experience, to be producing highly detailed individual landscape character units that almost go down to the field boundary level, which is what some local authorities might choose for certain types of development. So I don't accept that it's been too general, too high level at all. And in terms of some of the other aspects around taking account of the settlement, its character, that's definitely in the environmental impact assessment. The concentration on visual amenity is there for a specific reason, which is that if we're assessing character within character units or character types, then by default we would also be making cross-reference to those to roots, etc. So, but the visual amenity, if you take it from the point of view of individual properties, we would undertake that residential visual amenity study as well, which it concentrates principally on visual amenity because it then tallies in with noise and etc. So no, I don't accept Ms. Platt's criticisms, and I think I'm sure you'll be aware of the content of the LVIA and its comprehensive nature.
We must run around the virtual room to see if anyone else has anything else on landscape visual you want to bring up. We'll start with Ms. Platt. Anything else that we haven't covered that now's your last chance if you want to raise it?
Yes, just to quickly come back to Mr. Bainsfair on that, just to say that I raised that as an issue partly because the determination within the LVIA was a substantial and significant impacts on the landscape character, and the lack of clarity over where that extended to was why I suggested that it would be useful to zone in a little bit more in a detailed level to understand where those significant effects were. In terms of anything additional, I did want to just query whether the access roads were included in the visualisations, because it was something that I had forgotten to mention during that stage of the inquiry, just because there are quite a significant amount of access roads, and when those roads are fresh and the stone is quite clean and fresh, they will be quite visible from certainly the elevated viewpoints.
Yes, so I missed that one as well. No, they weren't included, and there's a number of reasons for that. Essentially, whilst there's a lot of access tracks, the majority of them are temporary. The majority of the permanent tracks are based in and around forested areas, and therefore not that visible from outside, and they also link to existing forest tracks and estate tracks quite often. Also, in terms of where they're visible from, it's either going to be in close proximity or it's going to be from high elevations. And as with, certainly from my observations, I would say that they are not likely to form a significant feature within the landscape or the view. In fact, because most of them would be positioned around forested areas, and so not running across the more open moorland areas necessarily, as a general point.
Thank you. The Council, anything that we haven't covered that you'd like to say?
No, sir, thank you. We're all done.
Fair's approach to assessing this proposal in the larger scale areas of panoramic quality. If he's wrong, and the proposal is actually a series of large-scale industrial structures, evenly spaced, does his approach still hold good? Because essentially the effect of these structures is local. And it seems to me that that is a view of his, not philosophy is not the right word, but his intellectualization of this, which he hasn't covered. I'm sorry, I'm not making myself perhaps as clear as I'd like to be, but we've got a series of identical, more or less evenly spaced, large-scale structures, each with its own local effect. Is he saying that the only way to assess the sensitivity of these is on the grand scale?
I suppose my answer to that would be the only way to, I mean, if you treat these, each, let's say the pylons as individual structures with local impacts, then that would entail an assessment for each one. That has been mooted before in some locations and abandoned as an idea because it's essentially you end up with lots and lots of information, a lot of it regurgitating the same thing. And that's the point really, where you've got a landscape character type. They are defined to have certain common characteristics. So what you'd end up by doing that process would be to repeat the same characteristics over and over, maybe with some modest changes depending on where the route goes, if it dips into other character areas. So to my mind, the most appropriate and proportionate way of dealing with this is to approach it from a well-tried and tested approach. And the inquiry, to my mind, is a way for everybody to hold me to account for my work. And so if I haven't actually met standards, or if I haven't answered questions, this is the forum. So this is what today was about. Thank you.
I can ask you a question, Mr. Campbell. Have you ever come across, in your vast experience, that approach ever having been done on a pylon line?
I've done one other pylon line inquiry, so no. Oh, so yes. Sorry, so yes. But the report's not published yet, so I can't say where it's going to go. Sir, the witness, Mr. Bathgate, has measured the height of the existing pylons using a laser device, he tells me, and 40 metres or thereabouts is the average overall height. And the only other thing is that the pronunciation of the mountain is Monath Drishak.
Fantastic, thank you. I assume you're content to accept 40 metres as a pretty good estimate.
Yeah, just to say, we're actually verifying that with Scottish Power Energy Networks at the moment.
Yeah, thank you.
Obliged to you all. If there's nothing else, we're ahead of schedule, but I think we can close the landscape and visual session.
I do have a small submission, sir,
yes,
about tomorrow's session. If once I hear when you're proposing to start it, are you going to start it in the morning or the afternoon?
I am always slightly nervous about kicking off early, just for fear that someone who was intending to come and see it turns up halfway through. I'm open to persuasion. I have done it before, but I'm slightly nervous. I think it's still a different matter to commencing the inquiry as a whole at the wrong time. I think that's not a problem. But even moving things around or moving things forward does have a certain element of risk in terms of somebody missing, although we are recording things and people can come back and watch it later. But well, I'll ask the question, if everyone's intended participants would be here, then that would certainly be more likely to persuade me that we could possibly do it. Dr. Ford, I assume, is able to...
Dr. Ford's able to tell me, yes, and this community seems very well connected, so I'm sure that the word could go around very quickly.
Does the Council have any thoughts on bringing it forward?
I think that would be a good idea. I think it would be safer, because the alternative would be that if we ran out of time, having started at 2 o'clock, then it'd either run very, very late, which might create problems for people, or else have to come back another day, and it would seem to be a needless use of a contingent when we don't need to do that.
Any availability problems or other problems with that?
Not for us, sir. Thank you.
I've been persuaded then.
Just one other observation. It's a little lengthy, so forgive me. And I make it with proper diffidence. It's to do with the agenda for tomorrow. Unusually, the agenda didn't come from you as a series of neutrally stated points, which we would discuss in turn, as today's agenda has done. The agenda for tomorrow contains a series of extracts from published documents, official in character, but accompanied by language which I think is yours, which may suggest to an innocent reader that you've taken a view about some of those documents. Now, I don't mean this in an insulting way, because I know you well, and I know that you're very fair-minded. However, you've used phrases like diametrically opposed, you've used phrases like, does anyone disagree, which have suggested to those instructing me that there is possibly some animus against the policy position taken up by the witness. Now, I know you'll reject that as a proposition, and of course I would expect that. But the context of this application is in the context of a UK statute with UK documents. We haven't heard from the applicants about that aspect of policy at all. And so, can I, speaking for the community, be assured that the way in which you intend to look at the UK documents which have been advanced by the witness, Dr. Ford, in a neutral way, so that they will be considered in the proper policy context for an application of this kind? I hope you won't take any, I know you won't take any offence at my raising this, but nevertheless, this is an impression which has been urged upon me, and so I'm under some duty to put it to you.
No, I appreciate that. I deliberately set out in a lot more detail than I would normally, and in an admittedly provocative style, for the benefit of Dr. Ford, what others might say. I mean, it's not accurate to say that the applicant has not said anything about the matters that Dr. Ford has raised. In fact, they've said they're not policy, they're not draft policy, they're possible policy, I think, or words to that effect. So I certainly haven't taken a view one way or the other. I'm very keen to hear what Dr. Ford has to say, and yourself, I'm sure, as to what status they have. I deliberately set it out to be as clear to Dr. Ford so he's got ample chance to prepare. And as I said at the start of today, you know, don't assume that I've come to any conclusions about anything, or that I have any preconceived ideas. I set them out in that way so that he would be able to prepare his response. I'm sure he's got some good points in response, but I think Mr. Mackay, I think it was, or certainly somebody from this side of the room points out, they doubt that it is in fact at all, any of it is at all policy. Nobody's questioning that certain matters are reserved and that we're operating under a UK-wide act, but the status of those documents, or policy, or emerging policy, or potential policy, whatever it is, set against Scottish Government policy, and that relevant balance is something I'm very interested in. So hopefully, I'm looking forward to tomorrow to educate me, and that will be Dr. Ford's chance to tell me why what he says is in fact very important and should carry a lot of weight. So hopefully he can be assured by that.
Thank you very much. That's very reassuring.
So, 2 points on conditions. A very minor one. Having agreed the final wording, SSEN were to email me a copy of the final set of conditions. I haven't received that yet. If you could just fire it across to me. I mean, there isn't an issue with agreed the wording. I just wanted to have a clean copy without all the tables. And second point is, I haven't had a chance to ask him directly, but I wonder if Mr. Campbell's clients yet know if they have anything they wish to discuss with you on the conditions, or are we at the stage where we could decide that we don't need a conditions session so we can schedule our time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I thought that had been done, but Mrs. Martin has kindly sent me the draft conditions over St. Mill, and I can't remember which of you it was, but I've agreed those conditions that I'm able to agree, and the rest, apart from a dot and a comma here and there, there's nothing to correct. So I certainly won't want to put anything more into the condition session.
So that only leaves the Community Council, who will be here tomorrow. We can ask, I think...
Miss Anderson. Miss Anderson.
Oh, she's there. She's there. I don't know if you've even seen the conditions. No. I think that'd be very helpful. And if I could also have a clean copy of it, I find it much easier to read than if I'm looking at the various agreements and questions, and if we can get it as agreed up to now, that would be fantastic. Anything from this side you want to say? Excellent. Thank you to Ms. Platt. We'll let you go now. You're not, pretty certain, wanting to participate in the alternatives session. I think that was right. I know you've given some comments on the alternative routes and the merits, etc., but you weren't planning on dialing into that, I believe.
I think she was, actually.
Yes, I was expecting to.
I did clarify that specifically. I'm looking at Callum now. I did ask specifically which sessions you would need to be invited to. It's not a problem at all. I'm sure we can sort that out. As I understand it, Callum, we don't have that set up yet. It was just 2 tomorrow. We can do that, no problem. So, yes, we will see you again then on... I'm losing track of the days now. Wednesday, thank you. Yeah, Wednesday morning, we'll definitely, he says, get through policy tomorrow, given that we're starting earlier. So Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock, or 11 o'clock your time? I lose track of what the difference is.
If it's 10 o'clock in Scotland, then 11 o'clock here.
Right.
That's
okay.
right.
We'll send you, as we did before, we'll email you the link so you can dial in as before. Great.
Thank you very much.
Nope. Okay, we'll close matters today, and I'll see you again at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.